got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
My name is Souq Badegeshin. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Kame. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment. The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of legendary contemporary Nigerian artists, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre. Souq Enlightenment.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjured as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the North Central and Northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for Souq News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board (CMB) was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for Souq News.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority.
great way. I plan to have the show in a great way. Though the show is not small anyway, but it's just a way of saying that, yes, if you do small things in a great way, then it becomes a great thing that you have done. I am Blessing Aichi. Thank you so much for always making it a duty to be part of Front Burners. You know what the show's about. If you don't, I'll be glad to fill you in. It's about shaping the narrative that will lead to change, turning things around. So we ignite the conversation that will spark up change. I have two gentlemen by my right and by my left. They always accompany me. They can't do without me. See, I just feel glad that they always want me in their midst. But I too want them to be around me because together we can make that change happen. One of them is Dr. Idaosa Osamanze and the other is Priye Krumale. Good morning, my partners.
I thought I was the right-hand man.
Hey! You know, there was a time you used to show me Pepe.
Oh my God.
When you saw somebody else, you now adopted that one.
You can imagine.
It's my turn now.
It's nice to be here again on the Front Burners, while we put lights on things that matters to all of us. And today is going to be a great show. And don't just go anywhere. Stay tuned and you will have the best of it.
How are you feeling, Pri?
I'm okay. Good morning, comrades.
Yes, it's 27th of February. Like this February
is coming back again. When I hear that word comrade, I see a cup of tea.
Oh yes, oh yes. And we see what his fellow comrades are doing.
They're doing. Yeah.
You know them.
Who are they?
You know them now. Let's not
the only comrades I have are here on the table.
Okay.
And the good Nigerian people.
All right, good Nigerian people. There's something you don't want to miss. And Swift Aderito is waiting to take you on that journey.
Progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds can't change anything. Welcome to something you don't want to miss, and my name is Swift Aderito. Let's talk about change. Talking about change, the management of Dangote Petroleum Refinery has announced a reduction in prices of premium motor spirits, PMS, popularly known as petrol, from 890 naira to 825 naira per liter. And this is going to be effective from 27th of February 2025. The slash in prices by 65 naira was announced in a statement on Wednesday by the refinery, and according to the statement, buyers in Lagos would buy fuel at 860 naira per liter at MSR outlets under the new arrangements for MSR holding. It will sell for 860 per liter in Lagos and 870 per liter in the Southwest, and 880 per liter in the North and 890 per liter in the South and the Southeast, respectively. The management of the company assured the general public of consistent supply of petroleum products and significant reserves to meet domestic demands, as well as surplus for exports and to enhance the country's foreign exchange earnings. It urged the marketers to support this initiative, ensuring that Nigeria remains the primary beneficiaries of the effort. But like Oliver Twist, Daddy Dangote, please kindly reduce further. My story too comes with the fact of making progress in fighting counterfeit drugs in Africa is not a fight for the faint-hearted. As the National Agency for Drug and Food and Drug Administration Control Wednesday said that it has seized about 87 trucks of banned and expired substandard medical products, including some from USAID and UNFPA donated antiretroviral drugs and male and female contraceptives, among others. Following the crackdown on illicit drug trade that saw its raiding the country's three major open drug markets. So amazing work, NAFDAC, but please do more. And my final story for the day, Trump to sell gold card US visa for $5 million. President Donald Trump unveils plans on Tuesday to sell the new gold card residency permit for a price of $5 million and said the Russian oligarchs may be welcome to buy too. He said, I quote, "We are going to sell a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We are going to sell the cards for about $5 million, Donald Trump said in the Oval Office. The Republican president, who has made deportations of millions of undocumented immigrants a priority for his second term, said the new card would be highly priced to U.S. citizenship. A lot of people are going to want to be in this country, and they will be able to work and provide jobs, build companies," Trump said. And those people should be people who have money. The sales of the cards would start in 2 weeks, Donald Trump added. So in the words of Olu Maintain, it's all about the Benjamins, baby, baby. Before I run away, I need to tell you, failure would never overtake you if you are not determined and strong enough. Or failure would overtake you if you're not determined or strong enough. So let's go for a quick timeout. At the front burners, of course, I'm going to be handing you over to the absolutely gorgeous Blessing, the handsome Priye, and of course, the man who is always looking good and comfortable in suit, Doctor. My name remains Swift Aderita. See you on the other side.
There's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignited his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to its holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world.
I have no doubt you found something you do not want to miss very interesting with Swift Aderinto. Now let's have insight into other stories that made it into the news. The UK's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO, is planning to leverage £204 million in private sector investments to boost Nigeria's agricultural sector. The target is 3.79 million smallholder farmers, with 50% being women. So this program, through Promcom Plus, is an 8-year UK-funded initiative that began in 2023 and is going to terminate in 2030. The program aims to enhance climate resilience, increase productivity, and improve food security, which is very, very, very important, while also addressing environmental and economic challenges in rural areas. This program is already active in states like Kano, Kaduna, and Adamawa. Katsina State has now been added following discussions with the governor of the state. So, to empower a lot of smallholder farmers, 3.7 million smallholder farmers. That's a lot. If smallholder farmers are empowered to do much more, it will improve food security and it's going to help. But we look at how the plan of this this initiative is. It started in 2023 and it's going to terminate in 2030. That's an 8-year plan. And this initiative is not even a Nigerian initiative. It's funded by the UK, having 3.79 million smallholder farmers. What do you think is going to happen when we replicate initiatives like this across other states of the country? This majorly, the beneficiary so far has been states in the northern region, because we have lots of agricultural activities ongoing in those areas. But if we have, let's say, another 3.79 smallholder farmers targeted, and we're talking about food sufficiency and even having for exports, Doc.
Well, there's no doubt that the relative driver of any economy are these smallholder farmers who on daily basis go to the farm to work. Somehow you can call it subsistence farming.
Farming, yes.
Feeding themselves and really not necessarily relying. And some of them also have some for commercial purposes. They can also harvest and they go to sell. But I think it's a good thing to see people invest in smallholder farming. But like we've always said here, foreign aids are things that somehow we have to look with a binocular lens. Now, when you look at that report, you find that we're told that for implementation, out of a 204,000 pounds, million pounds, we're going to use 95 million pounds for implementation. Whatever it means.
That has already been committed into it. 95
so whatever it
million
means,
pounds.
it means for it. It said that it's going to be used for implementation. And that's a whole lot, because if you take 95 away from 200,
99.
It's less than half.
What you have is just small. It's just a little over half. So I'm going to come in close to about 40% of the fund for implementation. And this is one of the arguments that, of course, we've all had conversation around foreign aid, which is the real reason Nigerians, Africans must begin to look inward in terms of how to support and develop themselves. Because a lot of people have argued that once these foreign powers are giving you money, they ensure, yes, the money is coming to you, but it's actually a number of it or a quantum of it is actually retained in your own country and you never really see it. So these are, for me, what the challenge is. Yeah, it's free gift, as they say. So we can't query what a free gift is. But this is going to be spread over a period of
7 years.
8 years.
8 years. How that pans out is a question for another discussion, and what effects and impact this is actually having. But I have always advocated what I call targeted farming, where we are deliberate in exactly what we are putting money into. And then it is easier for us to be able to measure whatever that is coming out from that kind of a thing. Say, for example, a sesame seed we want to drive and make Nigeria self-sufficient in sesame seed. And we know that this fund that is coming is going to be plowed into that agricultural line alone. So that we're empowering maybe smallholder farmers and aggregating them into communal kind of farming and developing them. And then, of course, we know that, UK is expecting Nigeria to grow sesame seed for them. And then we are planting it and we are sending them abroad and we are getting foreign exchange in return. That, for me, is what I feel is the right way to go. But again, it still comes back to the point I made yesterday. Where there is no vision, you see, the people waste energy, as the Holy Book says. So we as a people must develop a strategic document and plan on how we want to make progress. We cannot be good in everything. We can only be good in one thing. Let's just imagine all that we're doing is one product. And so even if foreigners want to give us assistance, those assistance are not going to be determined what the foreigner wants. It will be determined by what we want as a nation, to say this is where we want this channeled into, so that in 8 years, as this program does suggest, we would have leveraged this fund and we can measure the growth in that sector, and we say, oh, this 200 million pound came to Nigeria for 8 years, and we have been able to multiply it, and Nigeria is earning over 400 million pound as a result of this support. And I think for me, those kind of strategic thinking and move is good for us. We cannot just say, oh, smallholder farmer, whatever they are doing, we just give them money, and at the end of the day, it's really not amounting to much. But you can imagine if, for example, we have a cluster of farmers who are planting the same thing, and of course we can actually build industry around that, and a whole lot can happen to Nigeria in terms of development. That is what I feel, that people can't just walk into our space and say, okay, I'm giving money to this person to do this, I'm giving money to this person. Yeah, you can come into our space, but we will tell you how to channel this money because of the results that we expect to happen from that kind of a sector.
I think part of the issue is because it is considered as aid. So it's like these people are helping us, they're giving us aid, so we can determine what they do with the money.
No, we can.
Yes, we can.
We can. Why not?
I'm saying that perhaps that's the reasoning, and that's why it's left to them to determine.
No, it's but because we don't have a plan.
Yes.
If we have a plan, look,
I am not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm looking at it from this.
Oh, what you're saying to me is, give me 20 million.
Yes.
I want to go and do a master's in business administration. It's clear.
Yes.
I'm not just giving you money to say, okay,
it's been more effective if we, on our own, for the agricultural sector, we had a blueprint of what we intend to achieve for a set time. Let's say for the short term, the first 4 years, this is what we intend to achieve, and then for mid-term, this is what we intend to achieve. So when aids are coming, it is easy for us to direct that aid into an already existing plan.
Oh, yeah.
But because there is no existing plan, it's like we're just doing things randomly.
Yeah.
And so we say we want to increase food productivity. We want to have food security. In what way? What are the major staples consumed?
Yeah.
What is going into what?
Yeah.
For instance, rice production. Rice is a staple food in Nigeria. Cassava is a staple food in Nigeria because the byproducts are consumed by households on a daily. So what do we want to do? Do we want to, in 2-3 years, have this level of sufficiency in cassava production? So if aid is coming and already 3.79 million farmers are the target, are we saying what part of the country do we get more of cassava production? So are we channeling this amount of money and getting this number of farmers from this region so that we can enhance cassava production? Are we looking at where rice comes from mainly and say, okay, to enhance rice production, let's support the rice farmers in this region? Now, are we also looking at it to say, okay, cash crops that we can export, these are the regions that are producing the cash crops, let's give this support to them, so that in the 8-year period where this when this initiative would have been completed, we can say within this period of time, this is what we achieved. But if we just say, or we leave it to them to say 3.79 million farmers, they are not Nigerians. They do not understand the terrain as much as we who live here, as much as those who are in the Ministry of Agriculture understands what the issues are, what the challenges, where the opportunities lie. Now, I like the fact that 50% of the target farmers are going to be women. So in what area are women contributing in agriculture in Nigeria? Are we just doing this so that women feel included? Or there is a particular role that women have been found to play and we want to strengthen that role? So it's about being intentional about anything that we do so that we properly harness these aids that are coming. this aid will not come forever. Now, with USAID, it's been suspended. This one is coming from the UK Foreign Commonwealth Program. So these things will not keep coming. And it's on the record when aids are being given. So we should show that we are making the most of it. And how we approach aids too is also the way we approach even when we budget for agriculture in Nigeria. It's not intentional as it should be, and so it's not producing the result that it should be. Now look at it. This started in 2023. This is 2025 already. We should have been able to, even at least for almost 2 years now that it's been running, measure some rewards that have come from the existence of the program in this state where it's already happening. Now, what is the criteria for enlisting states? We do not know, but I guess that those who are running the program are aware of this information. But basically, there should be a way to also measure the progress that is being made through this initiative.
Okay, so one of the details or the things I looked at is about the 204 million pounds.
Yes.
Equals 386 billion thereabouts. So we are removing like 43% thereabout for implementation.
Yes.
Okay. We are considering about 3.9 million farmers.
3.79 million farmers.
3.7 million farmers. That's what we are considering.
Yes.
That figure. Do we have data for that? If we have been doing that for more than a year, then we should have data for that. The reason why I'm saying is, most likely, there will be fictitious names of farmers there, and farmers who only exist on white papers. And that is, for lack of a better word, is a given. So, you are going to implement this. Before now, we have National Agricultural Plan. Even though we know that when different administrations come into place, the plan will seem to change, and the project that the previous administration was executing might be left, redundant by the current administration, by different administrations, I mean to say. So, if we do have that plan, when these funds are coming in, that's where we should be channeling them to, because we heard that there's a dam in northern Nigeria that collapsed because of excess water it's receiving from other dams in other countries. And if we're to channel that specific dam and that water, it could be used as a form of irrigation to different farms in the northern part of the country, because we all know that the northern part of the country, and that's where most of the farms exist. And I'm not surprised that this specific project is for states in that part of the region. So I quickly wanted to take a look at what they were looking at. One of their pioneers, they said we're looking at resilience.
Yes, climate resilience agriculture.
Climate resilience agriculture. What do they mean by climate resilience agriculture? They say there's something like renewable climate resilience agriculture. What do they mean by that? That we do not have to bring in instruments and equipment that will, emit carbon emission that will be detrimental, that will hurt the atmosphere or the environment, and all. So you could see them making the decisions. How about, okay, in terms of decision making, can it be 70-30? Can it be 80-20? Can it be 75-25? And in this specific case, we'll need to point out that, look, yes, agriculture and this, resilience farming and that, this is what we need and this. But look, we have a plan to make sure that we achieve at least 3 times harvest in a year. So can you work with Naseni to achieve that? Can you provide us the technology? Don't even give us the money. Can you provide us the technology to achieve that? If you're talking about implementation, you bring the $95 million for implementation, and for the other, bring technology and bring expertise on ground that will assist our large farmers in the country, in the north, for us to make sure that we achieve harvest 3 times in a year, or probably all year round. Can you come build these facilities in the northern part of the country? Let's see if they will acquiesce to that, because this is not, when the West gives, when they give out donations and grants, There was a Kenyan national or one of the African national, and he was speaking to a delegation of the United Nations, and he said, look, you come to my country, you take away the raw materials to your country, and you want to assist me. Most of the time we heard that the United States or the UK, they send out money for things to be built in other countries. How about you come and build the plant in my country and not give me that money, or channel that money into an area where it's not a priority for me? I think until we get to that stage, maybe they are working with the word that says a beggar has no choice.
I don't think it's exactly that.
Maybe that's most African countries and Nigeria is working with.
I think they will be open to collaboration. They will be open to ideas, but are the ideas coming?
No. Sorry, Blessing. This is what I want to point out. They cannot help you with something that will make you independent and completely, isolated or depending, relying on them. And when we look at even when we talk about globalization that doctor does not like at all, and all of that, you see that most of the time it's technology that African countries need to measure up to a specific level with the West. And this technology doesn't come cheap. It's very expensive, even though some of the raw materials that were used to develop that technology, and most especially the infrastructure, is taken from Africa here. So if their help is coming, they're not going to make sure they get you to a place where you'll be independent and completely self-reliable, and you don't need their help
I don't think
anymore.
it's even their responsibility to make you independent.
But
Africa also has a role to play. And if we look at what the initiative is going to bring on, they're going to ensure climate resilient agriculture. That's the way to go. Because if we look at where the world is
what is
shifting
climate resilient agriculture
is,
it's important for us to understand. Now, there's a whole lot of innovation that is going on in agriculture, and the most recent is the hydroponic agric, where people are actually able to plant without soil. A company from Oman had done that successfully in United Arab Emirates, the biggest hydroponic farm in the world. About 16 fruits are produced inside a building, and there is no soil, not required. And you know what bush burning does to the environment, cultivations, and how it depletes the environment. Now people are doing vertical farms, so rather than build farm horizontally, farms are now built vertically up inside the house. And before United Arab Emirates, if you see all the hotels, all the super malls are all getting fruits from other parts of the world. But in recent time, you see carrot that's as big as my hand like this, and they all produce soillessly inside Dubai there, and the mall is there, and the farm is happening there. So that's a kind of innovation into agriculture, especially in an environment where we also see that a whole lot is happening. So we don't even need too much of irrigation. This is done right inside the building, and all the nutrients. I think in the UAE about 16 types of crops are grown in there. And once you can do all that, you have kind of protecting your environment against tilling, bush burning, and the rest of it. And then, of course, the human expansion, you're also having to leave space for people to farm. There's also a type of farm that people are also doing today, where people are farming in Souq around the household, necessarily not having to go to be looking for. Because whether we like it or not, the elementary principle of economists has said to us that land, which is a fixed factor in production, is not going to increase. So population is doubling and tripling, And we're looking at a world that will be 10 billion in 2030. And you're saying, where will these people live? And how are these people going to feed? And this also, for me, is one of the things that I have always advocated, that as Africans, and as especially Nigerians, yes, we say, oh, we have land that are uncultivated. But we must also realize that we are growing in population, and very soon we will be constrained in land. How we use land becomes a big challenge. And this, again, takes me back to my initial submission. Is that, yes, somebody want to give you free money. Somebody want to assist you. But you also have a way to say, yes, this is where my core competence is. And this is the area where I need help. And then you design it so that when help is coming, it comes into that space. And then we are able to measure the progress that is happening in that space for a given period of time. And this is one of the issues that we have not done well as a people, as a country in quote, because somebody said yesterday in healthcare, Lagos have a plan that is running, and that plan seems uninterrupted. So we need a national plan, not just written in paper, that the blueprint of that plan says to us, this is what mileage we want to make in agriculture, this is what mileage we want to make in industrialization, so that when help is coming from other people who have enough to give, then we'll be able to channel it into this area of growth. And in years to come, we can see the fruit really coming from those sectors.
Okay, just to add to what you said regarding climate resilience of agriculture. So there's also climate smart crop varieties where seeds are developed to tolerate certain weather conditions like flooding, drought, and heat. And we find that very common in the northern region. And there's also other types of climate resilient agricultural practice like integrated pest and disease management. So when we talk about tomato scarcity, sometimes it's attributed to pest and disease problem. Maybe during that farming season there was a lot of it, and so you find that that produce is scarce in the market because lots of it was lost to pest and disease attack during the farming season. So it will help a lot when we move towards where the world is moving to right now by adopting new methods for farming to improve our farming. And for smallholder farmers on their own, they may not be able to afford this new technology or be open to the methods because they probably are not aware of it. But when you're part of an initiative like this, it helps them. But I think what we need to do is to provide the templates under which things like this can happen so that the widespread effect can be felt. You talked about Naseni. So where industries, agencies that needs to come on board, yes, let them be part of it so that there will be a robust effect of this initiative and not just leaving it totally because the fund is coming to them. So whatever it is they say, they may say that based on the limited knowledge available to them, but we can say this is what we think will work better with what you are bringing. Because somebody can say, I want to buy you a car. You may tell the person, well, a car is not actually what I need now. I would need maybe money to start a business so I can later buy the car and be able to maintain the car. So that's what Doc is advocating, that we should be able to tell them this is what the area we have need and not just accept the grant and it's implemented in a way that would not really benefit us much at the end of the day.
Yeah, but can we also look at another side to this story, which is even the security implication? That we also must be very careful.
Like what happened, you said?
For free food.
US aid.
Yes, and see that this fund are actually coming for help.
And there are no strings attached to it.
Yes, our already existing problem. Because also looking at the area where this fund is being channeled, to actually see that this thing is going into agriculture.
And not
because we need to really see what the fund is
and not these guys.
And who are these beneficiaries. And we are not also funding people who create problem for us.
That's where data is key. That's where data is key. If the data is available, then it will be easy for one to tell what's actually going on. But when the information is not there, one could only be left to speculate. But we hope that it will go for the purpose it is intended, at least for our good. Moving on, licensed customs agents and industry stakeholders have strongly opposed the Nigerian Port Authority (NPA) planning 15% tariff increase set to take effect on March 1st. March 1st, 2025 is just Saturday, so a few days away. The NPA justifies the hike, stating that port charges had remained unchanged since 1993, which is a long time ago, and that the increase is necessary now to modernize infrastructure and also enhance competitiveness. But the operators have a different view. They warn that higher port fees will escalate business costs, raise commodity prices, and drive cargo to neighboring countries, maybe like Benin Republic, thereby worsening Nigeria's economic challenges. Yes, Port NPA wanting to increase port fees. Stakeholders are warning that if you do this, you will increase the prices of goods and NPA is saying since 1993.
That's like 25 years?
Yes, Tariq, 25 years is more than. It's more than
25 years.
It's more than 25 years. That since 1993, the tariff hike has been unchanged. They have a point, but also the stakeholders have a valid point by saying this will be the implication. Where do we go from here?
Well, it's amazing how custom has become a luta continua in recent times. Because I also watched custom yesterday at the public hearing in the National Assembly opposing vehemently the new tax reform bill because in their words it will scrap custom, which I don't think it is. And I think what this really shows to us is the lack of synergy between agencies of government, and that one agency is doing something and we are all operating in silos. And the reason why the nation itself has not made significant progress is because we operate in silos. We are not able to harmonize our policies and our programs such a way that it will advance the cause of the government in power. And this is very, very worrisome for me as a person. When you see an agency of government is doing something, and then another agency of government is brutally criticizing what the other agency is doing, what that suggests is that there's no coordination. And that's worrisome. And like somebody had advocated some time ago, that it is this ego war that's actually making policy and their implementation not working in Nigeria. And I think those who are given the privilege of leading or heading agencies should have enough decorum that before getting to the press to make statements or create undue tension within the polity should be able to sit down around table and have this conversation so that all of us are speaking with one voice. But unfortunately, head of agencies with their high shoulders don't want to yield to another, and therefore we see this washing of our dirty linens in the public. And I think the president must take a stand on this issue, because it's important that as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who determined for his tenure where the nation is going, must be able to sit down with agencies head and understand that they are not running a parallel government. It is one government, and that government is for the good of the entire nation. And therefore, we must rally around ourselves to see how we can succeed. And if there are things that obviously we feel cannot make a headway, we must be able to sit down with the authorities to iron some of this conversation out. And then we don't come into the public space and we are speaking with discordant tones.
Your thoughts?
Okay, so first of all, in this, doctor's words are very strong. You know, in a democracy, and you have, in the initial stage of policy making, which I believe the bill that Dr. referenced, which is the tax reform bill, it's not conclusive yet. Stakeholders, notwithstanding the fact that the governors have, supported, though you still have some form of people are taking different and diverse positions. And the Nigerian customs is straight under the control of the federal government. The federal government appoints the head of customs. So if there is a law that has become an act of parliament, or that has been passed, or a policy of government, the customs have no choice but to heed that word, hit the ground running, and carry out the details and the specifications, all stipulations of that law as it concerns, or as its relevance to the performance of their duties. I believe this tax bill is still in its initial stage, and the customs are looking at the imperatives. Maybe it's going to deny them funds, just the way the personal income tax, the company income tax, and the third fund may go into oblivion, and they are speaking up. It may not be an opposition. It could be that, please, can you take another look at this? Is there going to be another form of review of this? So, but I won't say it will be a strong and vehement opposition, because they will understand that this is coming from the chief executive. Of course, it's coming from the executive arm of government that they are part of. Now, come to this conversation about the National Association of Government Approved Freight Forwarders and their position that, look, in the NPA. When I looked at that issue, one, the NPA has given a very, very critical, vital reason why it should be increased. That for, let's say, 35 years, I was saying 25 years, 32 years thereabout, we have not, increased this. It has been that way. So, in that 32 years that you did not increase it, what was the disadvantage you faced? Of course, we know that the Nigerian ports were congestion, infrastructure, and all this, because one of the other reasons they give is that they want to be competitive with other ports in other climes and in other countries where other business people and other ships are going to berth for business purposes. But the criticism that, look, if we do this, it will get to the final consumer, they will be the one to bear the final brunt, and those who bring ships into the country to offload goods will begin to consider alternative of taking it to other countries, proximus to Nigeria. They've been doing that. That's a norm. Ships have been diverting to other places. I don't think this increase is going to, maybe it can still affect it, but the difference is going to be clear. So what the names of these people increasing the fare, the tariff NPA needs to do is efficiency of service, and they need to render to the people to make sure that the increase is guaranteed, the reflection of the increase. Okay. We have to see the reflection of that tariff increase in carrying out services in the ports.
All right.
And it will not be it should not be a bottleneck.
Okay.
Yes.
What I think is this, is that even when the stakeholders are complaining about the challenge that this tariff hike could bring about, if we look at the sides to the arguments, on the side of customs, they say for 32 years, there have been no change in the tariff being charged for goods imported. And then the stakeholders, licensed custom agents are saying this is what will happen. So if we look at both sides, there can be a meeting point. While the tariff have not been increased for 32 years, customs can say, or NPA rather, because NPA is the one increasing tariff, but there's a new levy also, the 4% levy that has been introduced by customs. So these charges put together, you understand what it would mean. Yes, that there have been smuggling, there have been diversion to using other ports from neighboring countries to bring in goods to Nigeria. But this will also increase it. Now, the position of the former Senate President, Bukola Saraki, was that this is ill-timed. I agree with that. But some may say, when is the right time? So let's come to a middle ground. you want to increase tariff, as the agents do not want you to increase tariff. Instead of 15%, can we do 5%? So that you're also getting more for your operation costs, and then it's not too much of a burden on the clearing agents, because you understand that we are an import-dependent nation. So whatever happens at the ports, it affects the markets. Now that has not even been implemented, we've not got into March 1st. But you know that already companies will begin to increase the price of the products that they already have in the markets because they want to prepare for that increase. Raw materials are being shipped to the country for manufacturers, and that's why you also have Manufacturers Association as part of the stakeholders that are opposing this hike that is to take effect. So it's going to be a major challenge for the economy. Prices of goods will increase. Prices of services will increase because everybody wants to be able to cover up for what they are spending. So I think what should have happened is a marginal increase. 15% is too high at this point. If you want to increase price because of the reality of the cost of your operations, it should be marginal. I don't even think that 15% increase will translate to efficiency. We've been saying that when it comes to equipment, scanners and all, customs have gotten it. Have we really seen much difference in terms of the congestion at the ports? So if we talk about infrastructure needs and other...
control the customs.
Oh yes. If we talk about other infrastructure needs that the Port Authority needs, this will not, I don't see this resulting to a significant change or significant improvement. And I think the aspect of the government agencies being seen as revenue generation agencies is part of the problem, because customs is one of the high revenue generators among government agencies. So when revenue is placed over service and the implication of that revenue generation is not considered, it seems like we're getting it wrong here.
Okay, so if we are going to make sure that custom is not part of the revenue generating agencies,
we're not saying not part of it, but when we overemphasize revenue, it's a problem.
So what I think that the government should do is this. When it comes to raw materials that we use for manufacturing locally, then we can say that tariff would not apply. We have to give that
even if you have discriminatory, even if you have some sort of discriminatory tariff,
it's not discriminatory.
Because, yes, it's going to be discriminatory. Because
it's not, because we are looking at our strengths as a nation. We are looking at our strengths as a nation, and we are favoring the local industries, because that's the argument of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria.
They are not the only ones who are
most of the imports here are to do with raw materials that served as food for the local manufacturing hubs in Nigeria. Okay, if that's the case, can we exempt raw materials from the class of goods that will be imposed tariff on? Can we exempt raw materials from that, then impose this tariff? In fact, we can even take it to 20% when it comes to products that have been completely manufactured and then brought into the
market
country.
At the end of the day would not exempt the increase in price of only food items.
You see, my
raw materials and equipment.
That's what I'm saying. When it comes to the increase in price of goods, there will be no exemption.
I don't think every agency of government or agent of government should be collecting money, because this money is one purse that is all going to. Why should custom become a revenue collector? Really? What's the work of the custom? Just to see that goods that are coming into the country do not violate the international custom rules. I've said it on this table. If you look at 2024 budget, you will find that the cost for revenue collection for custom, NNPC, and FRS was running close to ₦500 billion.
How much did we collect with that?
Yes, we would have collected 26 trillion. But even the president said, look, this money is way too high for revenue collection. And the need to streamline all this are just very, very important.
Is that not what the Treasury single account was supposed to solve?
Now, what you see, yes, the single account is there, but you're paying money straight in, is collected, custom can
just
budget it because it's the account within the CBN account, and that's what it is. But what I'm saying in essence is the fact that we can run a system where you have one revenue collector, which of course
maybe in this case the NPA.
No, not even the NPA. What the tax agency, FRS. That's what the new act is actually proposing.
Yes.
So we don't have multiplicity of revenue collector. Yes. So we have one agency empowered by law to collect revenue on behalf of government. But we know that this revenue is coming from customs. We know that these are charges that are coming from MDAs or whatever it is. But at the end of the day, because we're talking about the ease of doing business here, NPA is funded partly by government. And then they cannot become government-funded agency. And as we maximize revenue collection, we can actually invest in the basic infrastructure with which these people operate. But government has to do it so that you don't have multiplicity of levies that are coming on product that is either coming into the country or going out of the country. And I think for me, this is where synergy matters a lot to me, where all the agencies of government sit down and say, okay, what's the benefit of having one person collect revenue on our behalf? Do we still need to be putting levies here and there? What is the motivation, for example, of making people to go across the border to go bring goods and have to smuggle them into our country? Once all those issues are resolved by government, then we can have one single front as a country in dealing with the issues that confronts us, especially increasing revenue and also creating an enabling environment for businesses to prosper.
Well, the national president of the Association of Nigerian Licensed Customs Agents, Mr. Emenike Nwokoji, has said that the association will soon meet to deliberate on the way forward with all the charges on the port, because according to him, other agencies of government have also, within the port, have also increased their own charges. So wait to see what happens if this cry for a suspension of these charges, which is to be implemented, particularly the 15% 15% port tariff hike, which is to commence 1st of March 2025. Let's see what happens if it will be suspended. We'll bring you details of that as events around it unfold. Let's take a break. Up next will be policy discuss, and you want to know what the issue will be about. Well, I'll just give you a sneak peek into it. It's going to be about treasury bills. Stay tuned.
Reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souq News.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
All right, so treasury bills are short-term instruments through which the government raise funds. The CBN recently actually issued some, and a lot of people trooped in to put their money there, wanting to invest. You know, it's sweet though, because you're assured of getting back your money as an investor and also getting returns. But something did happen. You know, when you get so many subscribers, one would think that because money is needed and the central bank wanted to raise funds through the treasury bills. But this time around, the central bank did not accept investment from all the investors. In fact, it was oversubscribed, but it reduced the number of investors that it took on. What could be that reason? Well, some analysts have said perhaps that signals a potential decline in interest rates as inflation had also dropped. What are the implications of this? and what does it mean for those who would want to make investments into Treasury bill. We have Vincent Oshoma, who is a financial and investment analyst, acting MD and Midpoint Capital Limited. He joins virtually this morning. Good morning, Vincent Oshoma. Thank you for joining us on the Front Burners.
Morning. Thanks for having me.
Good morning. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Out the CBN Treasury bills, which the CBN did not take all of the investors who wanted to put their money in the bank's Treasury bills. What's your take on that?
It just shows it's a reflection of the sentiment in the market. You know that the auction was done on the 19th, and just before the auction, they saw the January inflation results, and that shows a significant moderation in inflation figures due to the rebasing. So that is part of the thing. And if you look at the bids for that auction, it was also a reflection. You saw a lot of investors going for the 1-year instrument, and while the other instrument that were on offer for the 91 days and the 182 days were undersubscribed, the 1-year instrument was oversubscribed. And so the CBN, looking at investor sentiment and also looking at the realities in terms of inflation, so they had to how to significantly reduce what they took from investors. But it also shows that they will also look at it critically. What was on offer, what the CBN had on offer was 500 billion, and they actually took 700 billion, which is above what was their initial plan. What was in their initial plans.
Is responsible for the high investor interest in Treasury bills.
The inflation figures that came out show that there's a moderation in inflation. So a lot of investors will want to go for lock-in rates. That's why you saw people pushing for the 1-year instrument, and you saw less attraction for the short-term instrument. So people want to lock in the rates as they expect that inflation will trend down. Once inflation is trending down, definitely government will be looking at reducing their borrowing costs. And that's also one of the things that the CBN is looking at. They don't want to borrow for the long-term instrument. So they had to reduce their borrowing for those instruments because especially they expect rate to trend down. And you saw that in the next meeting, the MPC meeting that was held after the auction, the CBN MPC decided to keep rates currently as it is, and with in view to start moderating as maybe at the next meeting. Everybody else.
Thank you for joining this morning on the front burner. What will be the likely implication of this decision of the CBN on the liquidity in the Nigerian money market?
Yeah, beyond the inflation, the Treasury bill auction, the CBN has other platform to manage. We have the OMO platform, and so they can also use that to manage liquidity in the system. And also you also notice that after the Treasury bill auction, there was also a federal government auction that was held this week. So I think those are other options that government will also do in also to meet its needs, borrowing needs, and also to manage liquidity in the system.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask, let's assume that the CBN had allowed those amount of people or the oversubscription to the Treasury bills. Would that have fallen to a disadvantage on the part of the CBN, or is there any specific way it would have affected the money market?
It is the rates at the auction will determine the rates at the primary auction, determine rates in the secondary market. So like after the inflation figures came out, a lot of persons were looking up to what will happen at the auction. And if you look at it, like I mentioned, investor sentiment was a major driver in what CBN did. Because if you look at the bids, we have bids between 16.5 and 25. And for the CBN to put a stop rate at 18.43 and still be able to meet its earlier target, it tells you that a lot of investors were at the lower end of the bid range. So that's why we saw that kind of structure. And also the CBN is also be looking at, the government will be looking at a way of managing liquidity. So that's where managing their borrowing rate. And that's why they have to put it at that, put a stop at that stop rate to look at what happens in going forward. So definitely invest. And you saw the next day after the auction, we saw investors that were not able to meet they're not part of those taken, have to go to the secondary market to have to meet their investment needs. So it's just a reflection of what is happening with inflation and what is happening with the system.
Okay.
Now, there are some persons who perhaps are watching us and wondering what a treasury bill investment would mean for them. What benefits would they stand to gain, and perhaps waiting for the next open?
Yeah, treasury bill instrument, they are short-term instruments that the government use in borrowing instrument by the government, and also used in managing liquidity by the CBN. So for the investors, they are risk-free instrument because it's backed by the full faith of government. And also the benefit for investors is that unlike normal other money market instrument or investment, treasury bill, one of the benefits is the fact that you get to get your interest upfront. There's upfront payment of interest. So investors can actually get their interest upfront, or they can decide to get it at maturity. Is the fact that they are risk-free instrument and also short-term instrument for the government to manage liquidity and also for the investors to manage their liquidity in the short term.
Okay. The 2025 budget is projected based on the assumption that we're going to drive inflation down by 15%, and that's what government is pursuing. And now we're also seeing that, like some analysts had suggested, that this might lead to reduced rate of borrowing, which of course is likely to increase the liquidity in this system. Don't you think that this policy of trying to reduce the rate of the treasury bill will be counterproductive to the overall goal of having inflation come to 15%?
No, if you look at it, there are two factors you have to look at. The current rates that we have in the system now, everybody will agree that it's not sustainable if you actually want to grow the economy. Because having your MPR at 27.5, it means that business owners will be borrowing at a high cost, and that is actually affecting businesses. So definitely the government will always be looking at ways of bringing down the rate to be able to stimulate growth, especially when the government has a target of bringing the Nigerian economy to a 1 trillion economy. So definitely that is part of the target. We all know how we got to this current rate level. That has to do with the government's target of managing the foreign exchange market, and also the issue of subsidy that led to spike in costs for the average Nigerian. So, and you have seen that at the end of last year, we have been able to get some level of local refining, which has brought stability to the energy market in terms of supply. Then you also look at the forex market. We have seen some level of stability in the exchange rate market. So I think with those things, definitely we expect inflation to trend down. And also the issue of rebasing, we also see like we saw a significant drop in inflation. So that is good for the economy when you look at it from the other side, in terms that it will allow more investment and also in the real sector. As regards the rates, definitely rates will trend down. You just have to use gain from one side and lose from the other side. I think it is more important for government to look at stimulating the economy, which is more beneficial for the average Nigerian than just keeping the rates high, which will not actually grow the economy. The rates hike was part of managing other factors like forex stability and also inflation.
Also looking at it from a different perspective, now the rates are low, and it's likely that a lot of people may not want to do around Treasury bill. Is this sentiment going to tilt toward the capital market in terms of boost in the stock, or of course in the rate sector? Which sector do you think will benefit from this decision of the CBN?
Yeah, both sectors will benefit, because like I mentioned, once rates start trending down, it means that there will be increased investment in the real sector. Then for investors that are looking for instrument asset that they can invest in, they will also see a push into the equities market. Because when you look at it, the equities market and the fixed income markets, they are quite competitive in the sense that when there is high rate, people look at the risk-free investment, the fixed income investment. They will actually move into the fixed income investment because the equities market is seen to be more risky compared to the fixed income investment. So definitely, once we see rates going down in the fixed income space, definitely there will be a move into the equities market, and that will also create opportunities for investors that want to take advantage of opportunities in equities market.
Now, if we look at the way the Nigerian public and even investors from other parts of the world have been putting their money into some companies and businesses and governments. Now, for the Nigerian government, treasury bills we saw over subscription. Now, when the banks too actually had IPOs, initial public openings, we also saw a lot of them having oversubscription. What would you say is happening to investor confidence around Nigeria?
Yes, definitely. It tells you that investors' confidence in Nigeria is quite high, especially for local investors. If you look at our market, which is one thing that is good, that have actually helped in sustaining our capital market, is the fact that a lot of the investors in our capital market are local investors. We have low foreign investors patronage, and that's one of the things that have helped in stability of our market. So to see that all those IPOs, all those public offers and right issues or subscribe shows a lot of investors' confidence, and people are looking at opportunities in the Nigerian market. And we expect that as this is sustained, when we have more stability in the foreign market, the foreign investors will also start looking at our market, because everybody agreed that there are a lot of opportunities in the Nigerian market, especially when a lot of the fiscal issues that people were having concerned about have been taken care of. We expect that this year we see a lot of investors, both local and foreign, taking advantage of opportunities in the market.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, whilst you were responding to my question initially, you were saying that one of the reasons why you gave one of the reasons as the government trying to cut down on debt. But if you look at it closely, Nigeria currently, the total external debt that Nigeria is owing, the portion of the World Bank is about $17 billion. And in the 2025 budget, we are having about 13 trillion naira budget deficit, and the debt servicing equally itself is running to trillions of naira, if not 14 trillion naira. Now, when you look at this side by side, how would you analyze the situation?
Yes, the major focus, as much as the government continues to borrow to fund projects, the government will also look at reducing the cost of borrowing. The cost of borrowing is a major focus for them. So whenever there are opportunities to reduce the cost of borrowing, especially with the expectation that inflation will trend downwards, they will definitely be managing their borrowing plans in terms so that they will not be borrowing at a higher level. Definitely, government will definitely have to borrow to fund projects, because when, like the government will always say, when you look at the deficit we have, infrastructural deficit is quite huge. And when you look at the funding, the government currently cannot be able to meet those funds. And there is a limit to what they can get from those multilateral institutions. So definitely the government will have to go into the private markets to actually access funds for projects. The whole goal is that, which is always a concern for analysts and everybody, is that as much as possible, government should not crowd out private investors. And that's also one of the reasons why government also looks at its cost of borrowing, because once the government sets its cost of borrowing at a particular cost, definitely there will be a need for a risk premium for investors or private investors that will also be going into the market to access funding. That's why it's important the government does not hike its cost of borrowing, so that other investors, private investors, will be able to access the market at reasonable rates levels.
The 27.5% that was left by the CBN MPR is a comfortable ground for private investors to go in order to expand production?
Sorry, I didn't get that the question.
Borrow at the moment. I mean, the 27.5% of the MPR at the moment. Do you think it's a comfortable ground?
No, it's not. It's still quite high when you look at the system, because once the MPR is at 27.5, definitely you will have to see people borrowing from the banks did something. So, but the fact that one of the reasons given for the CBN is the fact that with what is happening in the system, they cannot just start moderating the rate, but they tend to do that. So they have to watch the current, what is happening in the system in terms of the economy to see what happens, so that they will be able to manage it. But we expect at the next meeting, there should be a moderation. If things continue the way they are, we're going to see moderation in inflation and also the cost, that definitely the CBN will have no choice but to reduce rates.
But like you mentioned earlier, that the driver really for the growth in the Nigerian market, whether the money market or capital market, is driven by local investors. What should government do differently, or the authority do differently, to attract and retain foreign investors in our markets?
The main incentive for the foreign investors, why a lot of them have been on the sideline for quite some time, is the forex market, stability in the foreign exchange market. And you and I, we have seen some level of stability. And I think a lot of them are watching what is happening in that market to see how they are able to take action in the months to come. So with the level of stability we have seen in that market, I think we should be able to start seeing them coming into our market, both for fixed income and equities market or opportunities. The major thing that because everybody all agree that the opportunities in the Nigerian economy, but the disincentive have been the volatility in the forex market, which we throughout every opportunity that may be gained from investing in the market for foreign investors. That's what they have been looking at. So as we see more stability, I think a lot of them will start consuming Nigerian market because of the opportunities that are in our market.
As we talk about foreign investors, so the Nigerian government at the time was issuing foreign bonds like the Euro bonds, and even at that we saw oversubscription. But recently there are discouragements at that, so the government should not do much of such bonds.
Yes, definitely. Sorry, I didn't get the last part of the question.
Okay, so I'm saying that even when the federal government of Nigeria tried foreign bonds like Euro bonds, there was oversubscription. But recently, some analysts are discouraging the government tolling that line by issuing foreign bonds. What's your thoughts on foreign bonds as a source of raising funds for the Nigerian government?
Yes, as much as there are opportunities for Nigerians to raise foreign bonds, it's always more sustainable for you to have your debt in your currency. It's more sustainable and manageable for the government. So that's one of the reasons why people will say that it's better for the government to issue local bonds. But you all know that the foreign bond, the major goal for those foreign bonds is for us to increase our forex liquidity, especially when we are having challenges in the forex market. I think that's the goal. And the government also took a new initiative, because before now we usually see the Euro bond. Also a new initiative by the government when they issue a domestic dollar bond and to mop up the forex liquidity by Nigerians in their DOM account. And it was quite oversubscribed, which shows that there's a lot of opportunities in that space too. And so I think it's always good for the government to look at more sustainable ways of borrowing. But it's, as you do, they try to balance it, bring in some level of foreign borrowing into their portfolio, but it's more in local currencies.
Recently, we also feel as that the CBN, to some large extent, had been defending the Naira in some sort. Do you think that Naira has eventually found its level right now?
No, not really, because most analysts will tell you that if you look at the Nigerian currency, when you compare to it in terms of parity compared with other currencies, is actually on the value. And so definitely the CBN is trying to bring some level of stability. You know, the reason why we are where we are has to do with some of the fiscal issues that we have, especially when we have over $7 billion in terms of the demands by foreign investors in the market that were not repatriated. And that was one of the targets by the CBN governor when he came in, cleared those backlogs, over $7 billion. And recently, the outstanding backlog, there are issues around that, talked about settling them. I think that has also brought some level of confidence in the market, in the forex market, also with the other policies that the government has adopted. Then another thing we have also seen is the issue of local refining. You know, for our forex demand, one of a huge part of our forex demand is for energy importation of fuel. With local refining, it has drastically reduced that. And I think all those actions have brought some level, it's one of the reasons why we are seeing some level of stability in that market. With respect to the defending, like the clarification that has been made, part of the fund was in terms of that amount that was mentioned has to do with clearing the backlogs that the CBN had before now. So it's something which everybody's looking at, where it gets to a level of stability. If we achieve that stability, like we have seen, the Naira trending down. We can see the Naira trend down for that, gains grant for that, so up to 1,200 levels. It depends on what happens in the days ahead, how we're able to manage our liquidity, and also our government actions are gaining ground in terms of, one, increase local refining and also increase production for crude oil, because that also plays a key role in meeting our forex supplies.
You're not the only one I've heard spoke about the policies of the government and how the CBN's effort is consolidating that and bringing stability. But recently, both the parallel market and the official market in 2 years now, we're told, collided in the price of the United States dollar. And for others whom we have reasoned with, or I personally have reasoned with, they were expecting that probably the price from the official market should have gone down further. Why do we have instances where the parallel market and that of the official market prices are colliding?
You know, the CBN policy, the first policy that came from this administration, first of forex, was to unify the markets. And that was what people called devaluation, trying to unify the market, because both markets should trade closely. And that's why currently the CBN operates a system of willing buyer, willing seller. So if you have that kind of system, you should see that convergence in terms of the rates in both markets, because it's a system whereby people, those that you can sell at the price that you want to sell to the buyer. And also the policy that the CBN brought in to bring in transparency in the official market. I think those are some of the things that why we have seen a convergence, a relative convergence in rates. And we hope that that is sustained, because we shouldn't see a wide gap between both rates. There should be a little gap, and because of the way the market is operating. When you have a willing buyer, willing seller in the official market, and you have a willing buyer, willing seller in the parallel market, they should be quite similar.
About the parallel market, the recent CBN Forex guideline states that authorized dealers must report transactions to the CBN within 10 minutes of transaction. That automation, are we seeing that already taking place in the parallel market, given that a lot of Forex transactions happen in the parallel markets?
No, a lot of Forex transactions don't happen in the parallel market. When you look at the market, the size of the market, we have more transactions in the official markets than the parallel market. But before now, because people feel that the parallel market is more of a willing buyer, willing seller, why the official market was highly managed. But when you have an official market that is not too managed, it brings a lot of transparency. And also CBN has also gone to bring a level of control to the parallel market, because there's a lot of things that happen in the parallel market that are not transparent. But so the CBN is trying to bring some level of transparency in the parallel market and put control in the market, so that you don't have people just distorting the market for their own personal gains. But so that's why we are seeing those kind of convergence. The major part of the market, foreign market, is the official market. You have more transactions, but volume of transactions in the official market than in the parallel market.
Recently, we see a CBN every other day, a new circular. Are we treading the right path? Are we winning? Or what do you think that CBN can really do to really stabilize the money market?
With the current situation that we have, the CBN needs to do a lot to bring stability to the market. And that's why you see them coming up with different circular, different policies. And thankfully, some of those policies have started impacting the markets with the level of transparency and also the level of the ground that Naira is gaining. So the CBN needs to think outside the box and do a lot of things, especially when one thing you should understand that for us to have stability in the market, it is not the absolute responsibility of the CBN. We need also the fiscal players because market has to do with the demand and supply. So it's not about just demand, you also have to increase supply, and that has to do with export. So the CBN will have to do all that it can do and think of so many things to be able to manage stability, manage price stability, which is their primary goal. Then we also need the fiscal guys to do their own. But we have not seen much in terms of the fiscal players. That's why the CBN tend to carry a lot of the load and has to do a lot to bring stability to that market.
Again, also looking at the money market, capital market, as it were, as a station, our overall goal or objective is to see how we can disincentivize poverty, because we know it's a luxury and not many Nigerians participate in these opportunities that is in the money market. What will be your counsel to people out there this morning who are watching to see these opportunities and this is where they can stick and make their life better off?
There are a lot of opportunities in terms of financial assets, and the government has put a lot of opportunity created by the government, and also there are a lot of investment education. It's just that a lot of Nigerians are not taking advantage of those opportunities because, for example, the treasury bill market may not be that a good opportunity for small retail investors. There's opportunity, but not that much. There are a lot of other investments they can take advantage of, like the government bonds. Every month we have the federal government savings bond where investors can actually, retail investors can invest for as low as 5,000 naira. So, and that market, that opportunity is for retail investors. They can take advantage of such opportunities. Also, we have the equities market where they can also go into get in touch with their stockbrokers and invest even for the public offers. We still expect to see more public offers and the right issues because some banks are yet to meet the target. And so they can also take advantage of those opportunities. Because when you look at the number of Nigerians that are in our market, investors, is quite low compared to our numbers. So a lot of Nigerians needs to come into the investment space to take advantage of opportunity, not just depending on government, because people are looking out for handouts from government. If they can take their financial goals in their hands, they can do a lot themselves by getting the right financial education and also taking advantage of a lot of opportunities that are available in the Nigerian market. As I would like to say something. One thing, when people look at Nigeria, they always look at the challenges that we have. Yes, it's good. It's true, we have a lot of challenges, but there's also a lot of opportunities. That's why you see a lot of foreigners. Why some Nigerians are looking at the next opportunity to leave the country. A lot of foreigners are looking for any opportunity to come into the Nigerian economy and invest, because such opportunities for returns for investment are not available in their own countries.
Looking at the role the money market plays in helping businesses and even governments to raise funds, do you think that Nigerian businesses or even the sectors in Nigeria had taken advantage enough of the money market? Look at what the financial sector is doing with the money markets. What do you think other sectors could do? Maybe like the telecom, apart from playing key at the capital markets.
Yes, a lot of investors, a lot of businesses are taking advantage of opportunities in the market. Because why I will tell you that is that if you look at the commercial papers that have been raised, especially last year, you see a lot of companies came, even the major companies, even the telcos, they came to the market for funding through the commercial paper, which is a money market instrument. Even they saw some major companies accessing that market, because when you have a high rate environment, I think going through primary market like the commercial paper is a way they can get lower rates, and they have taken advantage of such opportunities. And we have also seen some that are also in the works trying to take advantage of those opportunities for moderation, to raise money for short-term working capital and also for their short-term liquidity. So the opportunity is there. A lot of persons are taking advantage of those opportunities, and we'll continue to see more people take advantage of those opportunities as much as long as they meet the requirements.
Mr. Vincent, don't you think so one of the reasons why we have little participation of by retailers in the market is because not only do they not have an enlightened platform where they can get the information that is needed for them to go invest their cash in there, but also that is the market susceptible to manipulations where they feel investment may not be secured or they have some form of distrust. How would you douse down such tendencies?
Yes, I don't blame them much for the distrust, because people are transferring the distrust for the system, especially for the political system, into the private markets and into investment. I don't blame them too much for that. But beyond the distrust, there are a lot of opportunities. I think it's all about investment, education, and also the perception of the average Nigerian. So with the right enlightenment and education, I think they will be more informed, and also the perception will change. In terms of manipulation, to a great extent, our market is highly regulated, especially the capital market. There are a lot of things that you cannot just do. But people talk about the past. Yes, every economy is evolving. Yes, we have had challenges. Even in developed economy, we all had the issue of Enron, the issue of the same issue of Lehman Brothers. We saw those issues, and we saw the government reaction to those issues to strengthen regulation, to strengthen the system. So every economy has its own challenges, and we have had our own challenges, and it has to do with how is government reacting, how are the regulatory authorities reacting to those things that are happening. And we have seen a lot of reaction, a lot of policies being put in place, a lot of strengthening in policies. And these are things to safeguard our market. Definitely, it cannot be totally foolproof, but to a great extent, a lot have been done, and our market is relatively safe for investment. Because I will tell you, if our market is not safe for investment, we'll see the foreign investors access our market like they did in the past. And like I said, the only challenge that a lot of them has to do with the forex challenge, volatility in the forex market, and also some fiscal issues. And a lot of those fiscal issues have been taken care of. And also, in terms of the volatility, we are seeing some level of stability, and I see them coming into our market. So if the foreign investors can come in, why can't Nigerians take advantage of their market and grow their income and achieve their financial goals?
Going forward, are we going to see a further de-emphasis on the treasury bill market? And what will be the implication of that kind of decision on the Nigerian economy and especially the financial markets?
In terms of the rates, are we going to see rates trending down? Like I said, it is expected that we'll see rate trending down as inflation continues to trend down. So people are looking at what happened to the inflation figures, and also in terms of what happens in the market in terms of price. So I think that like is expected, rates will trend down, because once inflation is expected to trend down, once inflation keeps trending down, definitely expect to see rates trend that CBN will have no choice but to reduce the rates, because CBN definitely and the government wants to stimulate growth in the economy. You cannot have stimulate growth in the economy when you have your rate as high as 27.5%. So it is not sustainable. So it's something that both the CBN and also the fiscal managers, they want to see the rate trend down so that there can be more investment in the system.
Talking about managing inflation, the CBN 6 consecutive times during MPC meetings increased the MPR rate from 18.75, where the present governor of the central bank, Olayemi Cardoso, met it. It came to 27.5%. Now, the treasury bill could be a tool to actually manage inflation, in the sense that it also helps to mop up cash in circulation, because the CBN has always understands that the inflation experience in Nigeria is demand push. Why do you think that, or do you think the CBN could have used that opportunity and accept all the subscription for it as a way to mop up the excess cash in circulation?
You have to look at it from both angles. I understand your points, but like I mentioned, government is also looking at its cost of borrowing. because the cost of borrowing for the government is important. You affect the fact that the government has a huge debt. So, and definitely those debts have to be serviced. If the government continues to increase its cost of borrowing, it means we need a lot more money to service the debt, and that is at the expense of other developmental projects. So the government has to look for a way to manage that area. Then, as regards the liquidity in the system, the CBN has done a lot to mop up the liquidity. And I also mentioned the fact that there are other measures the CBN can also use to mop up the liquidity beyond the Treasury auction. You also have the OMO market that they can also use to mop up liquidity. Also, the debits, the CRR debits, they can also use that to mop up liquidity. And there are other measures, there are other tools at their disposal they can use to manage the liquidity within the system. So I think they don't just want to overlabel one of the tools that is available, looking at the impact it will have in the system.
All right, well, thank you so much, guest, for being with us on the show today. Vincent Ishoma, Financial Investment Analyst and Acting MD, Midpoint Capital Limited. Before we let you go, just one question regarding asset management. So the pension funds and the PFAs using their discretion to manage pension funds, what would you advise in that regard, so that maybe those who are putting funds there, the pensioners, perhaps need to have a say regarding what investment their money is being put to, or become active participants in that regard?
Yeah, to some extent, they have a say, because for the pension fund, you have the different funds that they manage, and there are different people. They don't just put all the monies in one fund, depending on the age and depending on the personality, of the investor, person that they are dealing with. They have determines the fund that they put the person. And we have seen some development, some change in policy from when the fund started. Because remember, when the fund started, there was a time they have to take more people into the relatively more risky fund for you to grow their portfolio, so that they will not just invest in only a fixed income instrument. Then you also saw the policy of trying to give people opportunity to access 25% of their fund for real estate investment. And I think there are also more policies that are coming up to be able to make it, to be able to give opportunity to investors to access their fund. I think as much as we want to see more be done for, we also have to recognize the fact that this is something that is still relatively new. We need to have some level of stability before we start over tweaking these policies, so that we don't teach it into trouble. We don't repeat the same problems that we're trying to solve, which led to the institution of these funds, so pension funds. So I think they have to look at those things. And there's a lot that still we expect to see, because now when you look at the fund, a lot of the money, the pension system, a lot of the money is invested in government instruments with fee, and there's a limit to what the return they can get. Their fixed income instrument. So we expect to see them go into other instruments that will give better returns. And the PENCOM is looking at those things in terms of discussing with different stakeholders to see how they can be able to structure some things that, as much as you want to increase the value of the investment, you don't throw investment into jeopardy, so that when people need their money, they don't start telling them stories.
Vincent Ishoma, Financial and Investment Analyst, we thank you so much for the brilliant submissions that you have made here on the show today. We hope to have you some other time soon and look at other areas within the financial sector in Nigeria.
Thanks for having me.
This is still Policy Discuss on the Front Burners. Let's take a break and return with more conversation. Stay tuned.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Souq Enlightenment.
Okay, so having talked about treasury bills, an instrument through which the CBN on behalf of the federal government of Nigeria raises fund, let's look at what Nigeria owes multilateral institutions, particularly the World Bank, in recent time, as the federal government of Nigeria plans to even secure more loans. So there are concerns regarding the reliance on multilateral institutions for some of these loans. It was revealed recently that the federal government is set to secure 6 new loans totaling $2.23 billion from the World Bank in 2025. As the international financial institution continues to support Nigeria's economic and structural reforms. So that will bring to a total of $9.25 billion approved loans for Nigeria over 3 years. It is healthy for Nigerian economy when we talk about the ability to repay, given what the revenue is right now and what percentage of Nigeria's budget goes for debt servicing. We have a guest who will be looking at these issues, all the sides of it, the reliance on multilateral institutions and why these multilateral institutions seems to have trust and give support to Nigeria for some of its economic projects. So Olusegun Okwade is a business expert. He joins us virtually this morning to talk about this. Good morning, sir. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning and glad to be here. Good morning to all our listeners across the globe. Thank you for having me this morning.
It's our pleasure to host you. So let's get into the issues really. So Nigeria is about to secure 6 new loans from the World Bank. It has been receiving a lot of loans from the World Bank. The current administration since 2023 have gotten some loans. If we add that to what the federal government is about to get from them, it will bring to a total of over $9 billion. What's your take on this relationship between the Nigerian government and the World Bank?
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that every country, organization survived on the financing model they choose to adopt in carrying out their operation. And for us, I will tell you from the perspective of a business and finance person that borrowing is indeed not a bad thing, but the way and manner you are able to follow through that the utilization of the funds borrowed is in line with what is actually being given. When you talked about the multilateral relationship, continuous borrowing of some of these things, you ask yourself, as much as it is, why is it that they are giving their commitment? Don't forget that we don't just only go to World Bank to borrow this thing. There must have been some feasibility report and some other requests that they would have made to compare. And when you compare GDP to debt, sincerely speaking, is still on the average. I think the missing link why a lot of people will say we are borrowing so much and it's become a daunting task to repay back some of these things is because there is no monitoring in terms of some of the natural resources and the endowment that we are blessed with that can generate revenue on the part of the country. These are part of the challenges. But when you look from outside, you discover that we have so much on our part that we can tap into that does not even warrant us borrowing from any multinational. I read an article that way back 1970s, you discovered that the IMF World Bank comes and approach the country. That was when we had the oil boom. And I will speak that even if oil is not the intake thing in the world as we speak, technology as we have it is really driving it. But how much of it are we tapping into to actually make sure that we exploit the net? The area where we have it, we have a lot of leakages. We have a lot of unaccountability on the part of our leaders. But those outside will feel that if we can put up a system to monitor it, we have the ability to repay back and not even to come back to them to borrow money again. So you always enhance business opportunity where there is potential. And that is what this organization has seen in us as a nation that gives room to more borrowing to us. But it's left for us on our part to see how we have a walkthrough in repaying back the loan, two, in making sure that we reduce the level at which we borrow even from these organizations.
Mr. Chesson, for those initial brilliant submission. Like it's always said in the Holy Book that a rich person will always rules the poor as the borrower becomes a slave to the lender. Many people have argued against foreign debt as it opened the door for interference into our domestic issues and then compromising our sovereignty. What's your take on this?
That can be perceived from two perspectives, if you asked me. First and foremost, why are you opening your door to the foreign partner in financing you when you have more than enough internally? It's an invitation. A borrower will come to you, and I can give it a practical example from the domestic app. I'm sure you know that the man we consider as the richest man in Nigeria do not source for funds from this financial institution. They run after him for the continuous survival of their own organization. But it's optional for you if you consider the cost of financing, if it's viable for you to sustain that. So I feel that the financial institution will continue to approach organization, continue to approach country, but it's left on your part to look inward. And I think from my intro, that is an area where we lack. On the part of the financial institution, they are not out there to enslave or to intrude into your operation. It is when you start failing in fulfilling your obligation that you see them intruding into your affairs. And that's where I have a problem with us in the country. The fact remains that there is a lot of potential that we can tap into. If we take away corruption on our part in the country, we have more than enough to even cater for the unborn children. But we refuse to have a system that works. Yesterday, I was on a particular station, and I was seeing where they said the CCTV project given in Abuja got about $4.9 million. And you ask yourself, people are doing this, and they are not. There are no consequences for non-deliverable of that particular project. That is just one. There are several of such that are happening. Where are we getting the funding from? It's still from the government agencies that we are borrowing to do. So we are financing corruption without having an internal mechanism of checkmating those activities. And that's why a lot of us have said that if we don't have consequences for wrongdoing, we will continue to mortgage our future. But it's indeed not the fault of those that are borrowing you the fund, but you on your part that refuse to have the right mechanism in making sure that some of the borrowing that you are having is used judiciously. And when some of these things are misappropriated or diverted, those that did that are actually found culpable, punished to serve as deterrent to others. That's the area where we are missing it. A lot of other countries that you see today that are actually doing fine are relying on this borrowing because it's cheaper to go that route for you to use your internally generated revenue for other development. But here we are that we go ahead to borrow, and some of those borrowing are not judiciously used for what they are meant for. And that's the missing link. If we can correct that, I can tell you that it's not a bad thing to borrow. As we speak, the United States of America has so much debt lying on them, but you will see the benefit that the citizen and the organization within are enjoying. Same is applicable even to developed clients. I think the missing link here is to block all leakages and see how we can monitor activities in such a way that funds that are borrowed today, you are not borrowing again tomorrow. I'm sure you are aware so much that was invested in the power sector during Obasanjo regime. Have we seen any improvement in that area? The answer will be no. We still, every administration that came in was still borrowing funds for the same purpose that we've not got value for. So there is need for internal check in making sure that we do what is needful in such a way that we don't repeatedly, annually or every administration requesting for financing of the same project that is actually supposed to have been concluded years back, that those things are actually initiated.
Mr. Sheson, that's quite brilliant. Yeah, people often have argued too that why do we borrow? We borrow so that we can have money to finance projects and meet the needs of the people. And you just mentioned the United States of America, who also had borrowed a lot, and we have seen what recently Dodge is doing in America, trying to cut down excesses of government, and of course, trying to also lower their aids to other countries so that the country itself can survive. We saw recently, having proposed a budget of 49 trillion, and government said they have uncovered some other means of internally generated revenue and had to prop up the budget to 54 trillion. And some people had expected that government needed to have reduced the deficit gap rather than maintaining the deficit gap in the current budget. Do you think it was a nice thing to have increased expenditure without paying due attention to the debt burden that the nation currently faces?
It's a wrong thing, sincerely speaking, if you ask me. The fact remains that you can't be increasing your expenditure without commensurate increase in your revenue, and you expect growth as an organization. It will not work. And those are areas where we consider that our wasteful nature as an organization does not work. There are a lot of loopholes, if you ask me, that the government needs to work on. We hear so much of recovery of looted funds. And you ask yourself, what are these recovery used for on the part of the government? It's like exchanging ends, taking it from one and giving to another. And that is the major problem where we are. The government has actually given their commitment that they've seen area of increasing revenue. Those are areas of working in terms of the tax reform that we are faced with. But you can't continue to be giving burden on the people by fulfilling their obligation without meeting your own side of the coin, by making sure that you do what is needful and what is expected of you as government. So area where we need to concentrate on is where are the anti-graft agency? What mechanism, what system are we putting in place to checkmate? Look at what Donald Trump did. He came in and discovered that there are few loopholes where funds are actually being shared to other areas, other countries. Ordinarily, is what they are supposed to do. But you discover that those funds are unaccounted for the way it should have been. And he came up with bold decision to say we are cutting it down and we won't be able to move in that direction any longer. So I think as an individual to say government need to be intentional in the area of checkmating, putting up a system in to checkmate the activity of how we actually carry out our expenditure. It's a key area that we need to look into. You see, administration will come and go, and you will hear of so much funds being diverted without anyone actually being found culpable, without anyone being punished for that particular act. And year in, year out, we will continue to see our debt profile increasing in and out. And that's why I will put it on the desk of Mr. President to say, sir, if the anti-graft agency is there to monitor things, You have heard year in, year out, Accountant General misappropriating funds, and nothing is actually being done. So it's like you are encouraging this particular act. If you don't punish, see, I say it with every sense of responsibility to say there are no consequences. You hear day in, day out plea bargaining, people coming to say, okay, I've taken so much, I'm yet ready to yield this. What happened to the rest? Aside that, these funds are meant for a specific purpose. You are supposed to develop the health sector. This was not used for. People have died. And the next thing you see is that, okay, after using the fund and making enough, interest with it, you want to return back, forgetting that people have lost their life one way or the other, not be able to achieve the purpose that it's meant for. And when you look at the time value of money, I'm sure you and I understand that $1 million of 2 years ago is not the same as it is now in terms of actually implementing what you're supposed to do. So government needs to look at area of reducing the expenditure when we all know that there is no commensurate revenue to augment what we have currently. But these are areas where we are lacking. We are expanding our expenditure need without necessary control. And even when those expenditures are justifiable, we are not monitoring to letter to see that some of the projects are being executed in line with what is supposed to be. We have over-bloated expenditure that is actually not being monitored by the agency set up, like the BP and the like. And these are actually impacting on the deliverable that is expected of the government. The issue there is that the government needs to rise up to the responsibility of following through some of the project, some of the expenditure that is actually being availed out. And in the time where we discover that these things are misappropriated, there must be steep penalty in such a way that it will serve as deterrent to others that will be coming into the position rather than allowing it just to go with levity without taking necessary action.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shesan. Now, whenever government comes and government goes, or there's this cliche that government is a continuum. And one thing that we can use to measure all government, either in 4 years or in 8 years tenure, is budget performance. The issue of budget performance, whenever the budget is presented to the National Assembly for them to consider, they don't really exercise the powers that they have been given to by the Constitution when we talk about budget performance with regards to the executive arm of government. And it is causing a lot of harm to the budgeting process, and also how much was, given out to the ministries, departments, and agencies for them to, carry out the expectations and the allocations that government has given to them. With that, we've heard some persons, including business experts, told us that one of the reasons is because we are operating the envelope system of budgeting, because it's like we don't have specific projects that some of these monies are being tied to. And I'm glad you referenced the looted funds being re-looted. So this aspect of budgeting, the envelope aspect, do you share the same perspective that we continue the status quo, or we review the process?
Thank you very much. There is need. The current budgetary system is zero budget, and you allocate, and you are expected to close up by the end of the year. There is no availability of like, okay, these funds are remaining. What do we need? Let's carry it over till next year. And that's why if you go to most of the MDAs where these funds are allocated to, the pressure you get from the last week of November till end of the year, when they check their balances to see that some of these things have been done, are actually being used for projects that are unsustainable, projects that cannot meet the needs that they are actually made for at the initial stage. There is need for us to change our budgetary system, if you ask me, in such a way that we can have a carryover, like an organization we do. When we finish this particular year, you sit down, looked at what was actually generated, what was actually expended, if there is a surplus in that particular year, it's reinvested back into the organization, possibly after you settle the stakeholders. But here, the stakeholders that we will be talking of is those that you are actually supposed to use those funds for in providing the social contract. So if those things are actually met, I'm sure there won't be any need for you to be saying at the end of the year you want to look for opportunity at all costs to get the funds utilized, which you have not done since the beginning of the year. What I will speak to is we are not properly monitoring the activities that we are actually doing. And that's why we have this gap that we see from different MDAs of the government. And if there are proper monitoring in the area of execution of some of those projects, you discover that so much money that is actually being provided for, it's enough to cater for some of the things that we're doing. I will continue to emphasize, remember the Ministry of Humanitarian was set up for a purpose. We brought in someone there. We saw how those funds were actually misappropriated. Up to today, we cannot even give account what is the status of the investigation that was carried out. That will come and go. Another person will come, will perpetrate such ill in that agency and all other agencies like that without further questioning. And what we're saying is that we must be able, as an organization, as a nation, as a country, to make sure that questions are asked when funds are misappropriated. And that is the duty of the anti-graft agency, the EFCC, the ICPC, to ask questions. The Auditor General is there to follow through some of these things. But what we have seen in current time is that a lot of people have compromised the responsibility being given to them. And it's difficult to even ask questions that a lot of people will say certain things before getting to power. They get to power, you ask, where are some of those things? It's just like an internal auditor who follow processes and is now being made the accountant of the organization. And you ask yourself, these are processes that you laid down, but you are now in position to actually implement some of those processes, which you set up as internal auditor, but you have beaten it. But you know, those things can actually be checked, and because an internal auditor can decide to take such person to the management board. If there is no conniver between the board and the accountant, then they can actually excuse him of the job to see that, okay, they are the processes that you have put in place. Same is applicable to us as a nation. A lot of laws, a lot of policy are actually on ground, but when we deviate from it, there is nobody to actually be back on track, because everybody follow that rule to say if you can't beat them, you join them, which is actually creating a problem for us as a nation.
Thank you, Mr. Sheson. Some people have argued that the Bretton Woods institutions were actually set up to rebuild Europe and America after the Second World War. And therefore, their interest is actually about Europe and not Africa. And Africa continuing borrowing from this institution has been responsible for the economic challenge we have. In that governments are struggling to increase rates to prove to these institutions that they have capacity to repay, and thereby putting stress on social service to the people of Africa. Do you think that Africans should be looking away from the Bretton Woods to alternative source of getting foreign investment, maybe from other regions?
I will say that looking at the other area, it will amount to the same result. What the government should be looking at as we speak is how do you domesticate and internalize your process in such a way that you can judiciously make use of the resources that you have. Indeed, the developed world are exploiting us, and we are not opening our eyes to certain things that we have to develop ourselves. The Asian countries have been in this shoe that Africans are, but they decided to liberate themselves because they have leaders who are intentional in making sure that things go the right way it should go. I'm sure you are aware of a lot of oil theft. Let me use Nigeria as a typical example. oil theft that we are struggling to meet the demand that is the quota allocated to us, of which we have the capacity to even do beyond that quota and generate the same crude to develop even our nation in fulfilling the domestic requirement for some of the refineries that we have. But the high and mighty, certain set of people are out there exploring that and selling for their personal gain, which a lot of us are still struggling to see that this business are not meant for fiddles. They are not meant for small boys. They are high network people that is difficult to checkmate their activity. We have heard about the mining of gold in Zamfara and some other areas where we have it. How much have we seen the Ministry of Solid Mineral checkmate the activity? Bitumens are there. We have enough resources locally to develop ourselves. But because of the greed of individuals at the end of affair, not doing the right thing, you can imagine the struggle that we had between local refineries and importation of fuel. You and I know the struggles that it is. And a lot of us came out to say, if we are able to minimize the importation of this particular product, it will reduce the pressure on the foreign exchange and we'll be able to have stability. But my question still goes to say, as much as we know that locally we can produce some of these things, a lot of people are intentional in making sure that the local refineries are not working until we are the likes of Dangote came up with that boldness to say this is the path and this is the way we feel we want to go. So when you have internal sabotage, you do not have recognition for some of the things that are expected of them to be carried out. And we come in, year out, celebrating those mediocrity, we go nowhere. You don't blame anybody for your failure by saying that they are out there to enslave you. I will tell you that every organization, every employer of labor are capitalists. But the employee looks at every alternative to see the best that they can maximize from themselves. And that's why we are seeing a lot of people coming out to take the risk of saying, no, I'm not going to follow the route that everybody is doing. I want to create something for myself. They go ahead and develop themselves and become a better person. If Dangote has actually looked in the other direction, we won't be having a local refinery that we have today. And he has opened the eyes of other people to say, this can actually work. So you can imagine the pressure that we have reduced on foreign exchange, but we still have some element that feel that importation of fuel is the route to go. So government must be intentional to see how they punish some of the people that are actually frustrating the policy of domesticating the things that we have. I will continue to say this, that if somebody sees an opportunity to exploit you, you don't blame me. It is you that will be intentional in making sure that it does not go ahead continuously exploiting you by creating other alternatives. If we leave the Europe today and we go to the Asian country to feel that that will be much more, they can attract you with lower interest. But on the long run, they will see you as a country where they feel that the failure of your internal process gives room for them to borrow you the more. But situation where you're able to put in an internal structure that will assist you to develop your place, they will put a check on their part to say, these are no more people today. And that's why we are calling on the African Union to say that, what are you actually doing? ECOWAS is there to internally collaborate within you. We've been battling with AFTA, the trade, this thing, to see how we can collaborate. I'm sure you know it's even more expensive to move goods within ourselves in Africa than exporting to the foreign country. These are areas that the African government African leaders needs to look into internally in some area of collaboration where you can look at your strength and we have trade by barter and develop our sector. Africa is blessed. The only thing we lack is the political will of our leaders to do what is needful for us. And that's why the developed world, the Europeans, will continue to take us. It's just the Europe you're looking at. If you look at the way the Asians are actually taking up this responsibility of coming even to tap into some of the things that we have, do you think it is the locals that are actually mining some of the natural resources we have? We've seen it. and it's in the public domain, that it is foreigners that are actually exploiting that. How much are we doing to checkmate those activities if it is not the high and mighty that are bringing them in? These are areas that we need to look to. I don't blame the European country for what they are doing. It's just mere opportunity that you see, and that's what is expected of a business person. But it is the person concerned that need to look internally on what he needs to do to make things happen in such a way that he will not be considered as a slave in the end of those that are actually borrowing him funds.
Borrowing funds. If you look at African countries, many times there's borrowing of funds to supplement the budgets, to add to the budget fund. So there's mostly a budget deficit. But for 2 years now, we've seen that the budget deficit Nigeria has in the fiscal budget is reducing. So when the president announced the first budget, which was around 49.7 trillion naira, and then increased it to 54.2 trillion naira, there was expectation that that new addition of fund would be used to reduce the budget deficit, but other needs were created for which that money will go into. Now, this brings me back to the issue of reliance on multilateral institutions for funds. One thing we've also seen is the conditions attached to some of these loans. Now, apart from offering loans to African countries, these multilateral institutions, the World Bank, the IMF, also provide policy advice. And some of this policy advice have been criticized. One of them is the condition that was attached to Egypt securing a loan from the IMF, which was currency devaluation. Now, what's your take on the reliance and the conditions that comes with such reliance affecting and its effect on development in Africa?
Thank you very much. I will tell you that it is the responsibility of some of these borrowers to see how they can assist or guide to protect the fund that they are given to you. But it is of some of these borrowers is different from the landscape of what we have as a nation. Can we look at our own issue holistically, domesticate it, and see the best solution we can offer as against listening to some of the things? If you look at the devaluation of the Naira, China did it at that particular time, but they did it on the premise that they have a lot of goods that they are exporting out of the country. So it matched the purpose at which that was actually being carried out. But for us, we devalue our currency, and there is nothing to augment for it because we are more of import-based nation. We are more of consuming nation. And when you devalue your currency, it increases the cost at which you get those values. So for the organization, they might feel that what works for a particular nation in a different zone is applicable to us. But what we need to do is that no, rather than devaluing our currency, we should start looking at how we can increase, the production arm of what we have, to see that some of the natural resources that we have will not even be taken out for processing. How can we develop infrastructure in processing the natural resources and be able to export it in such a way that you can earn more foreign currency to augment whatever that you have? But what we do is that we get those natural resources, we give it out to the people. When we are to get it back, we now source for foreign exchange to get those things that we have actually given them out to process. So areas where we need to look inward is to see how do we strengthen our production arm in Africa. You might have a country that have the labor that you can actually move some of these things to. What you'll be doing is that you are developing that particular country by providing the natural resources that you have, and they will in turn give you back that crore. So domestically, the fund is being circulated within the African setting without any interference from outside. I'll give you a typical example domestically. There was a time that Lagos State was having an handshake with Kebbi State in the production of lake rice. And what that does is that Lagos State have the consumption capacity and Kebbi has the vast land where they can groom that particular thing. So there is guarantee of supply to the state for them to sell. And that on its own was able to generate enough revenue for that particular state to develop. You consider your area of strength, you consider your area of weakness, and be able to have that collaboration among. And that's the area that the African leaders supposed to be speaking to. It's as a person, it annoys me when they tell you that the Europeans are intentional in enslaving us. No, they are out there to carry out their own business the way they feel it should be done. It's now left for you as an individual to internalize your process and say, no, even when I get money from you, this is how I intend to go about it. And when you're able to do it the first time correctly, the second time correctly, they leave you and believe that you know what you're doing as against what they are providing to you, because they don't understand the local process more than you, that you're actually getting the fund. But situation where they get to know that when they give you the opportunity to carry out some of those things, their own the repayment is threatened. So they want to prevail over you to say, you are not doing it right the way it should be, but we are suggesting this to you. A lot of these things that have been done are in advisory capacity, which is left in your hands to see whether you actually carry it out or not. But most of the time, we fail to actually implement things the way it should be done because of individual greed and some of the things that they are doing.
Thank you, Saison, for the submission so far. You have spoken so much about the principle of effectuation in Africa, where we'll need to rely on what we have to develop our environment. Don't you think that there's also the problem of over-promising by the political elite of the things that we don't even have the capacity to do, that is actually leading to this external borrowing? How can the governments in Africa engage in frank conversation with their citizens to know the limit of their resources and what it's able to provide?
Yeah, I think I would consider this to be a two-way thing. We, the followers, have so much expectation from the government, which is not bad. Looking at the affluence, looking at the way our leaders display some of this wealth to our face. But I think it's high time to put a system in place that monitors the activities that we're doing. There is nothing like, I won't want to say over-promising. If you say over-promising, it seems as if that problem is not there. The problem is there. There is capacity to do it. I can tell you there is capacity to do it. But the mere fact that we are not accountable and people are not answerable to the citizen give the leeway to see a lot of things being done without asking questions. If you ask me, with year in, year out, a lot of promises have been given in terms of improving our generation. Is it that we don't have the funds to actually carry this out? The answer is no. But when those funds are actually invested in that particular project and it is not judiciously used, nobody asks question. And we come back in another year to start seeing how we'll look at funds again to do what we're supposed to have done. A typical example is that which I gave. The current minister of FCT is complaining that the level of insecurity out there is actually high because of the failure of the implementation of the CCTV and some of the things that they are actually supposed to put in place. What you will hear thereafter is we will not question the failure of that organization that took that project, but we embarked on relaunching, how to get some of those things done again. And if you now ask me, somebody will now say, the government has actually overpromised us what they have done, what they are supposed to do. No, It is because we failed to do certain things we are supposed to do at the specific time that is supposed to be carried out. If you ask me, that project that was meant to be $4.2 million years back, that is not actualized. As of today, if you are to do it, I'm sure you cannot get it done at that same rate. It would have actually moved up. And you ask yourself, what has gone wrong with the initial thing? So it's the failure in that aspect that is putting so much pressure on us. Not that the government is actually overpromising us, and we have the capacity to do it. That's why you say that even the multinational financing that we're talking of, they keep giving you the money because they can see the potential we are not tapping into. Just do this. I did my research and I visited the airport. Why do you see foreigners coming into the country, even when we decide to japa? They've seen that there are enough things to tap from this country, but when they tap some of those things, they get the funds and use it to develop their own country, leaving us aloof, even ready to beat and cut corners against the desire and the will of our people. These are areas that we need to look into, and monitoring is a key factor in some of the things that we need to do.
It's been a very insightful conversation with you today, Olusegun Kwade, who is a business expert. Thank you for joining the show today.
I want to appreciate the opportunity of sharing my thoughts with you. Our viewers should continue to watch us, and we'll continue to give them an insightful discussion as expected always. Thank you and have a fulfilling day.
You too, have a great day. Well, it's feedback time, and Post in Perspectives is up next with Swift Aderinto. Stay tuned.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory. setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Welcome again. I'm still Swift Aderito, and this segment is called Post and Perspectives. The idea is we want to get your feedback because we care about you. It's not just us talking. We want to know what you're saying, and we love you and we adore you. I want to say thank you so much for taking out your time and to drop those comments, and keep doing that. Of course, you should follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. So let's jump right into it. The first comment we have is from Jude, and Jude says, you people have started again. Oh, we don't need all these arms, please. Let us manage what we have to avoid stories of Boko Haram and USAID Wahala. And of course, this is under the topic of UK invest 240 million to boost Nigerians' agriculture. Let me take the next one before I engage my people on the table. The next one is from Shegun Daniel. Hi, Shegun Daniel. How you doing? And Shegun says, this is great. This is a great improvement towards the agricultural sector in Nigeria. This will encourage more farmers to explore large acres of amiable land. Also, there needs to be major solution to the prolonged period of drought and that has affected a lot of southwest farmers. And so on this note, Doctor, I am on to you. So he's talking about it is a good improvement towards agriculture. What's your take on this, sir?
Well, we've spoken extensively on this while the show is on. We do hope that this is going into agriculture. And I think that is the sentiment that a lot of people are having when foreigners are coming to your environment. Because we know that even in Freetown, there are no free meals. We need to know what the motives are. If it is to raise and produce food for the UK economy, it's make a lot of sense. But other than that, we just have to be sure that this also is channeled by the appropriate authorities in these states to specific agricultural program that will actually provide benefit for the people, and that we can see it's measurable. That after 8 years of this funding, we'll be able to say, yes, agriculture in this particular sector had grown by this percent, thanks to the 204 million grant.
All right, talking about somebody who wants to go into agriculture. I'm coming back to you, Blessed. And someone says, this is still part of Nigerians' money, and they will take it back from the other side. Blessing, please, how do you disabuse Champion says it's part of Nigerian money. They are going to take it back. They are not loading us anything.
I'm not sure I can really disabuse his mind, because implementation alone is going to take 95 million pounds. So that's more like saying you're giving 204 million pounds. 95 is for implementation. Who are those who are going to implement? So already you've taken like a third of 1/3 of what you were given. But I think there's a better way we can do this. If we have our own plan and then aids are coming, it is easy for us to say, okay, nice that you're giving us money, but this is where we think these monies can go into. And then we involve the necessary agencies of government, the relevant agencies of government that can function in certain areas. These implementation, is it possible that we all have people, we have capacity to handle this? That way, it is not as if you are giving us a lot of money, but that money, not all of it is even coming. It goes the same way with loans. So XYZ amount of money is loans to us, but some of the money goes for facilitation and all the other processes that are involved. At the end of the day, you do not receive exactly the amount of money that you're taking, but you still get to service the loan and pay it up. So I think it's for us to do the needful, so we're not just like beggars without choices.
Talking about doing the needful, again, I'm going to say brilliantly spoken, Blessing. The next topic you all treated is custom agents reject NPA's 15% tariff hike. And this one is a very emotional one for Priya. So Priya, I'm going to come to you on this one. We have Gladys, and Gladys Godwin says neighboring countries with more efficient and cost-effective ports will become far more attractive alternatives, leading to an increased cargo diversion. What do you think, Priya?
Well, it's not emotional for me,
Yes.
but my concern is...
no, Priya, I just said you. I didn't say you cried.
My concern, yes, I know. My concern is this, that look, the tariff, while the NPA have a justifiable reason, so I think the government should come in a mediatory way where we can say, okay, equipments that are coming into the country for manufacturing purposes, raw materials that will be brought into the country for manufacturing purposes should be exempted from that tariff. Then manufactured products, most especially the ones that we have local ones that can substitute for them, should be highly tariffed, so that we, like Donald Trump, we cannot just open our doors wide without checkmating.
Without $5 million.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, so someone else is here, and of course we have Ernest, and Ologun Ernest comes and says, these guys in this government are doing the needful in the wrong time, and also in an uncoordinated form. This would further increase inflation. Blessing is smiling at me. Blessing, do you think this would increase inflation?
Yes, it would, because if you're already, if you want to implement 4% levy from customs and then 15% tariff hike on the by the Port Authority, then of course add it up. So the customs agents would also pass on this to the end user, the customers, which is you and I. So it's definitely going to increase the cost of goods. Services will increase because they also make inputs.
Yes.
At the end of the day, I think what we should do, if you want to increase tariff, you can have marginal increase so that the increase is not so significant to the extent that it leads to a very high increase in price of goods. We're fighting inflation. By the time we implement this by 1st of March, just check what the inflation rate will be at the end of March and April.
Wow, talking about some rates and significant differences. We have Undi Imeruwa. Please forgive me if I've murdered your name. It's a very beautiful name, by the way. You say you are speaking out against landlords increasing rent, but see nothing wrong with customs increasing charges. This is for you at the table. At the ports, at 99% of building materials and other essential commodities are imported. So if the CBN really wants to fight inflation, such charges should be cancelled. We have Felix O, who says these people are clueless with zero empathy. In case they don't know, the wicked action will further raise inflation, which is what Blessing has said. It is called raising the burden and sorrows of customers. NPA must reverse this increment. And then, of course, we have something on CBN rejects 1.6 trillion treasury bills bid, and this is from Akpo Akporo. Akporo took his time and he says, don't let anybody tell you there's no money in this country. Oh. Who is now subscribing to all these treasury bills? There has been 2 auctions in the space of 2 weeks with over 5 trillion naira that has been, and there has been recorded subscriptions. Someone else says, that is Batumas says, I do hope the Naira will sustain its appreciation momentum. Anyway, the treasury bills of over 700 billion would subscribe to over 2 trillion is positive. An MPC retaining rate isn't surprising to me. Inflation against yield is positive for the first time in ages. And of course, the last statement we have is from Inezi Maddox, and that one takes his time. He says the Tinubu government's plan to secure 6 more World Bank loans totaling to 2.23 billion is yet another sign of reckless borrowing without accountability. Nigeria is already drowning in debt with billions borrowed under Buhari's administration, yet to show any meaningful impact. Now, Tinubu wants to pile on more debt, further mortgaging Nigerians' future while citizens struggle under economic hardships. Where's the transparency? What happened to all the previous loans? Instead of borrowing endlessly, why not focus on cutting governance waste and fighting corruption and boosting local production to generate revenue? This government is pushing Nigeria into deeper economic crisis while ordinary people bear the burden of their mismanagement. At this rate, the future generations will be paying for the incompetence of the leaders of today. And Fire says another tax and increase in cost of power loading. As a matter of fact, expect more tax each time a new loan is announced. I'm so sorry, those are all the messages I could take today, but I want to say thank you so much for joining us. Of course, my name is Swift Aderito, and I'm handing over to the amazing team of the front burners. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, from postal perspectives, we come back to the front burners side. Yes, all of it's front burners, but you need a different segment. Before we go, just to remind motorists that Dangote Refinery has reduced the price of PMS by 65 naira. So for stations, one of the stations was called out, and the price at which they sell in Lagos, MRS sells 860 naira per litre in Lagos, 870 naira per litre in the southwest, 880 naira per litre in the north, 890 naira per litre in the south and southeast. I had to make mention of that because as of this morning already in Lagos, it's been experienced that the price of transportation fares have increased, perhaps owing to the ongoing strike by the Tanker Drivers Association because of the issues, the problems that they're having with the task force and some of allegations that they've made against the Nigerian police regarding harassment and extortion. Well, we do hope that issue is resolved. In the meantime, if you're buying fuel at 860 naira per litre, there should be no justification why the price of transportation fares should increase significantly. Let's be human here and wear human face when we do certain things. I understand that the next thing that will come up is that they tell you they need some time. Well, this time should be as short as possible. I'm Blessing AHA. The show continues tomorrow, which will be Friday, the 28th day of February 2025. It's not a leap year, so that means that February ends tomorrow. Doug.
Ida Hosais, my name is an amazing thing that in my lifetime I'm seeing that things goes up and they are coming down. And it's a sign of good things happening that the Dangote Refinery is setting just huge standard for the Nigerian NPPCL. And I think by this time, if NPC cannot respond adequately and appropriately, I think Dangote should just manage all of us. it will be a much more relief for the society to see that refinery can actually make profit and they can sell fuel and they are able to pay back what they invest. We are in good time. Better days are ahead. Stay glued to Souq News Television, where we tell you where the opportunities are and how you can make your life better.
And for me, I believe competition is a healthy ground, not only for the competitors, but also for the consumers at the head of society. Whilst Dangote has come into the picture to bring some form of level playing ground, we would like to have some other Dangotes who want to come into the frame of things, build refineries in different parts of the country so that the man at the head of society would be an
demand
advantage.
And supply. Demand and supply.
Will always be at the advantage. I am Oye Priye Krumale. See you tomorrow.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susan and Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa (UBA), demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency.
Mox has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Raleigh, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Mox shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Hello, welcome to Between the Pages. Between the Pages is our book review show where we pick a special book, talk about it, have a conversation about what's in the book. We talk to the guests, which also happens to be the author, and everything surrounding that book. When we return, we'll take a break right now. We'll introduce you to the guest and the title of our book for this week. Stay with us. Welcome back to Between the Pages, and today we'll be talking about a special book titled Retirement Reinvented. Such a powerful headline and thought-provoking too. And also it has a subtitle, Tips and Strategies for Actively Engaging Your Higher Purpose in Retirement. It's something I have a special question for the author about. So with me, my guest today is the author of this special book, Laja Shoniron. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I believe that in the course of our discussion, we'll be able to look through some of the things in the book. Thank you.
We will look through a lot. Also with us today is CEO All Range Reading Academy. And it's so strange that we haven't had a lot of libraries and reading culture going on, which is one of the reasons why this is such a special show. His name is Mr. Ekom Henry Ituama.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here again.
You're welcome. So, straight to the point. I have a few questions for you, Mr. Laja. Or should I just say Laja?
Yeah, Laja is good.
Laja is fine.
Thank you.
Well, you know, when you go to my village, you don't call elders by their first name. But let us pass with that. So first and foremost, you know, they say usually if you want to hide something from the black man, you hide it in between pages, in the book, in between pages of the book. Are you trying to hide something from the black man?
That's a very thought-provoking statement. Actually, the first time I heard it, I was so angry.
Can you tell us why?
Because I took it personal when you talk about anything black, anything that has to do with, you know, this, even though I normally would tell myself I'm not a black man, I'm a brown man, but, you know, anything that has to do with, you know, this. So I felt that that was an aberration, because that some few people don't read does not mean that everybody don't read. And I always say that, you see, when you have a challenge, you will read. And that's true in every case. If you have a recurring malaria, you find yourself looking for, okay, is there a book that I can read? If you know, it's a normal thing. And that's why I believe that books are something that we should not, you know, do away with. And then the fact that when people say hiding something in the book, I'm not hiding anything. In fact, I want more people to know about it. And that's why I put it in the book. Because one of the problems we have in this part of the world is the fact that every generation, and this is a mission or a passion for me, every generation starts from the scratch. And if you look at the other part, the other clan, they are more into documenting, their lives. You see somebody, I watched a video some time ago and I read about this wolf that is now being cultivated to be guard to sheep. It's amazing. These are, serial killers of sheep before. But over the years, they domesticated them and then they now become, and that's because somebody did something, wrote it down, and then the other generation came, built on what was done, and as we speak today, those same wolves, are now guardians for sheep. So I believe that the best way, the trajectory that we should take to develop Nigeria, to develop Africa, is to ensure that everybody writes a book. And I have this saying, if you are 50 and you have not written a book, you are owing humanity. And indeed, I mean it. If you are 50, you have not written a book, you are owing humanity.
I have to agree with you. Owing humanity. I like that one. So I must be planning to write a book soon, from what you're saying.
Yeah, very important.
Okay. Retirement reinvented. Why this book? Why is this so important now?
Retirement reinvented. Okay. Let me just back up a little bit. About 18, 19 years ago, I am a man of many things. I started out as an accountant and coming from a family of tailors. My mom was a seamstress, so I was making clothes. So I had some clients in Ikoyi. And then I had gone there to see one of my big clients, And on my way, I saw these elderly people, sitting somewhere in Ikoyi. And I was really taken aback. All these old people, what are they doing here? And somebody now said, oh, they came to do their pension, something like that. And I felt, why would they subject them to this kind of, treatment? And, I got a little bit, I'm being a bit of an emotional person. It got to me. So a few days after, I heard on the news that some elderly people died, so that's, in fact, made me so emotional. And, in fact, in me, and I started really being very agitated. And in the course of being agitated, I had this thing in my spirit that said, don't pity them. I was like, pardon me? I was alone, so I was like, who said that? Okay? Of course, I thought it was one devil that is. And then he said, they got what they deserved. And then went on to say, if you don't plan your retirement, you will end up like them. At that point, I knew it wasn't the devil that was talking to me. If you don't plan your retirement, you will end up like them. And that was where the journey started for me. And every opportunity I had since then, any opportunity, the first opportunity I had to do training was for MPA, and it was for people that have been, eased out of employment. So I did retirement planning, entrepreneurship, and stuff like that. I gathered all the resources that I could, and that was how the journey started. And so far, up till now, I still do a lot of retirement. So the book is actually more like a compendium of what I've done in the past 18 years. All right. So it's not something that just happened. It's a journey of 18, 19 years.
Wow, what a journey.
Yes.
Well, from a thing you said, it brings me to my next question because it was pointing towards it.
Okay.
Now, from day-to-day happenings and doing life in Nigeria, many do not have a retirement plan.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that for what?
Well, I must say that retirement itself is a new phenomenon.
For us? Okay.
Yeah, everywhere. No, everywhere in the world. It's actually a new phenomenon. It actually started with the Roman Empire, and the essence of having a retirement stuff, it wasn't even planned. It was like, oh, okay, these people, these soldiers, they are no longer in active service in order to buy their loyalty. So the Roman Emperor, will give them a stipend just to keep them at bay so that they don't revolt. But at the turn of the, I think, 19th, 20th century, I think it was the German government that took up, this issue of retirement. And then at the turn of the 20th century, Europe, UK, America took it up and then blew it, and it became something that everybody's talking about. And when you come to Africa, the African context, there's nothing like retirement, because we work until we can't walk again. Exactly. So it is a new thing. I mean, we must understand that in African culture, and then even if you go the religious, if you look at the Bible, you look at the Quran, you look at all the Eastern religion, you find that there's no retirement. That's interesting.
No retirement.
Exactly.
Let's hold that. You don't want to work till you go.
Of course.
So it's still between pages. Let's take a break right now. When we return, we'll continue this conversation. Stay with us. Welcome back to Between Pages, book review show on Souq News. So what we've been talking to an author of Retirement Reinvented, and he's by the name Laja Shoniro. You said the last thing we talked about not croaking before we retire.
Yeah.
So let me also I have a question for Mr. Ekom Henry Farmer.
Okay.
You run a reading academy.
Yeah.
What inspired such initiative? I call it an initiative.
Yeah, thank you. We went into Reading Academy to help to cultivate the quest and the desire for reading. Precisely, we went into this academy to encourage young people, adults, primary school, secondary school, to set up a reading unit in their schools. It's part of our corporate social responsibility. As a book dealer, as a library consultant, we deal on books. So we felt there was need when we saw the climate and the culture around, where students were becoming apathetic to reading. So we started going to schools, primary schools. We encouraged teachers, principals, heads of schools, proprietors to set up book clubs. We donated books to them, little books, novels, literature, social sciences, basic engineering, basic sciences, to help them to cultivate that reading culture as early as possible, because we believe when you catch them young, the trend goes on. So we go to the extent of doing debates. We fund debates, poetry writing, novel writing, short stories, folk tales, and we encourage them to also read about their culture and history. When we were in school, we did history. I did history of West Africa. We read about the Ghana Empire, the Kanem-Borno Empire. We read about the Mali Empire. We read about the Zulus, South African history. The Mau Mau in Kenya. We read about the slave trade. We read about Badagry. We read about the Great Trek. We read about the long juju of Arochukwu. And these are issues that help us to understand ourselves. And then when we now came to meet with African writers like Chinua Achebe, like Wole Soyinka. You know, there are so many of them. Cyprian Ekwensi, Ngugu Wathiongo. And then we collected their stories. We found out that there was a midline where we met at a point and we began to say, wow, so this is where we are. This is where we are coming. Achebe wrote about his works. He said, we have to know where the rain began to beat us. We begin to trace ourselves from there. You have to know yourselves. So reading is much of a journey. It takes you out of your world. It takes you to the other worlds. You know what is happening there. You know, reading will let you know about slave trade in the US. The slave plantations. You get to know that the origins of some music, the jazz music probably started in the slave plantations. You know, the bebop jazz and all that, those hallucinatory songs they were singing there.
That also became hip-hop.
Of course.
So let me take you to, I heard you talk about reading and all the culture. I also remember as a child, growing up, even as a teenager, we had libraries.
Yeah.
You know, but I was waiting to hear you talk about libraries. Have you thought about, instead of selling these ideas of a book club to the schools, have you thought about how it was back in the day, where you situate a library, like a national, international level library? So these books you're giving to schools will be there. People will come, like the reading culture from back in the day will be people will walk in, join, people walk in and out of there, people will walk shifts, you know, read, it will be open all the time. I feel like that would be more of a thing that humanity can benefit from, because right now there are no libraries, apart from 1, 2 scattered, you know, sparsely available. What do you say to setting up libraries as against online book clubs from schools to school?
Well, I would want to say that there are libraries. There are libraries actually, but you see, these are institutions under the purview of the government. Almost every local government will have libraries, but it's not well funded
and equipped.
It's not well equipped.
Correct.
It's not well patronized. If you go to the libraries, some of the local government, you find out that it's been taken over by rats, the books, its leakages and all that. The environments, dilapidated, the fields, the culture. You see a library in a big expanse of land, just a small building there. You see a house like a hut inside. You see there the staff. The workers' morale is so low.
Are you saying every local government has a library?
I want to say that.
This is new information.
I want to say that.
And I think one of the problems could be not letting people know have that information.
There is a program that was launched by the National Library, I think 2 years ago, where they try to resuscitate those libraries. But you see, the funding has to come, but there has to be a continuous enlightenment and awareness in what we're trying to do. Because one thing is for you to set up a library and get these materials. The one thing for you to encourage patronage. And patronage is key. When people begin to like the idea of reading, whether online or offline, we find out that they will begin to jointly manage these libraries.
Talking about liking of books, let me come to you, Raja. It's a book that is likable, even from the headline, right? But I also talked about what the subtitle, that I read earlier, tips and strategies for actively engaging your higher purpose in retirement. It hints at religion. Are you a man of the color?
Really, I must say, thank you, sir. I must say that one of the things that gives life meaning is understanding your purpose, understanding why you are here. I normally will say that every of our purpose in life is just one. And that one is basically make the world better than how you met it. And that is basically what every one of us, whether you are in music, whether you are in art, whether you are in technology, in whatever sphere you find yourself, basically is to make the world a better place than you met it. So, in doing that, many of us, because I haven't grown in this part of the world, I know many of us, if you ask 10 people, the courses they study in the university and what they would have loved to study, you find a lot of disparity. And in that, it means that there are gaps already. Okay? Now, the moment you are done with university or higher institution, the next thing is you are entering into work life. So there is no time for you to even play around with some of those things that you would have loved to do. I mean, some of us loved to write when we were young. Okay? Well, I mean, every child of God, as in, if you're a Christian, you're a man of the color. That's the way I see it. Yeah.
Okay, there goes my answer.
Okay.
Lastly, I want you to wrap up this question. There's your written rule that people retire into churches. People retire into church work. And for many, it's a misnomer. What do you speak to this?
For me, I don't think it's the right thing to do, because we all have very important role to play, in the development of our country and Africa as a whole. Now, when you look at somebody who has done 35 years, take for instance, in the corporate world, 35 years, and then after 35 years, he's been retired. That means 35 years of experience is just going to life down somewhere, fallow, unused. We remember not too long ago, some generals, some very high profile military officers were retired. Now, these are people that Nigeria has invested so much into. And you are saying they should just go home and go and do nothing. And now, some of them will now go and maybe begin to serve in a church or in a mosque and all of that. I think personally, it's a misuse of potentials, a misuse, of capability, a misuse, of capacity.
I agree with you.
Yes.
So lastly, what do you want the takeaway to be from Retirement Reinvented?
Retirement Reinvented. Thank you, sir. Don't mind me. I am a teacher and, so, okay.
In a few words.
All right.
For want of time.
Okay. Retirement Reinvented is a book that everyone, whether you are in your 50s, you're in your 60s, you are retired, you need to go through this book. And it's a compendium. 18 years of study, 18 years of writing, and then we have it here. And I want you to be part of it. I want you to see it. A lot of people have come telling me. Even yesterday, I got a message from a 70-something-year-old woman who just finished reading the book and said, "This is a fantastic job," and all of that. And the book, our consultants will tell us where to get the book because he's the one that is, in charge.
Actually switch and
yes.
Talk to us in a few seconds about where we can get the book.
Yeah, this book can be bought at our bookshop at Ojuelegba, all range professional bookstores, 24/5 Western Avenue, Ojuelegba bus stop. I wanted to drop a nugget about the book.
Please.
And having gone through this book, I found out that it has helped in moving us away from the traditional thinking about retirement. It brings us to a page, another chapter where retirement is being seen now as a new chapter of life, as a reinvigorating chapter, as a chapter where you can open up a new space to display those talents and those capacities that probably you were not opportune to do when you were in active service. So it's not just a time to rest and relax and all that. You can actually do much more on retirement after reading this book.
Thank you so much, Mr. Itwama, CEO, All Range Reading Academy. And also thank you, Raja Shoniro, author, Retirement Reinvented. So viewers, we've come to the end of our show, Between the Pages. Same time next week, keep a date with us as we'll be reviewing yet another very excellent book. Bye for now.
Thank you so much for staying with us on Souq Podcast. Like we promised, that we're going to be bringing to you some of the participants on today's training. Yes, the training is going to be week-long, but it started today, and so far it's been a very interesting one. I could see the participants in there laugh and also respond. It's been very interactive and quite engaging as well. So we have with us here, right here, Dr. Irene Akidino, who is a medical practitioner, and she is with the Area Specialist Teaching Hospital in Edo State. So she's traveled all the way from Edo State to be part of this training. If you know Area Specialist Teaching Hospital, you must be conversant with some of the strides, medical strides that they've made. During the COVID-19 era, they were there and they actually were able to help. As you know, that the medical sector did actually perform well in helping to contain the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. Not only that, when you hear Lassa fever, so one institute that is like the go-to in terms of treatment containing the spread, then you should think Area Specialist Teaching Hospital. So she's here and she'll be talking to us about the change narrative in Nigeria. People say we have lots of policies, but what have we gotten from the policies? First of all, you traveled all the way to be part of this training. How has it been for you, day one?
Well, thank you very much. I have no regrets. It's been quite engaging, enlightening, and I think the interactive aspect has really been good, so far the facilitators have been amazing, and the fact that we are from different sectors brings to bear, your different experiences. The problems may be the same, but I think with the facilitators, the solution is almost the same, despite, what institution, either public or private, you come across, and not just dwelling on the problems, but thinking of the solutions, So that's, I think, the strategic insight which the course is all about.
All right, so now this is Lagos, but apart from it being Lagos, this training has afforded you to meet with your colleagues, counterparts in other fields, and like you said, the conversation is revolving around the same thing. What can be done better for these organizations to stay relevant and be able to deliver value to the consumers? Now, the theme is strategic insight and planning. Now, if we look at government agencies, how does this apply into this world, knowing that the global thinking is changing? So around different sectors, there's a paradigm shift. How is Nigeria playing to ensure that it's not left out?
Yeah, thank you. We talked today about things like looking at competition in a positive way. And looking more towards collaboration and partnerships than competitiveness. The way it is even globally, you can't necessarily have all the resources, but you can partner with public, private sectors. The federal can partner with the state. I was telling someone, I said, yes, initially we used to be the only one, when it came to top Lassa fever, but we're a country of over 200 million. There is no way we can, cater for everybody. So the important thing is, how do you grow other people in other regions? So places like FMC or are also growing in this. We dialyze patients that have Lassa. No other hospital will be And we've had 0 to low mortality of staff from Lassa fever. So when other people come, we have a fellowship now. The people can come and do a fellowship and we look at all aspects. I'm an intensivist, so we ventilate and we have a critical care unit for them. But the main thing is collaborations, your strengths. What are the strengths each person has? Because really, that is the only way to grow. Okay. You realize that there's a deficit. How do we meet up? You collaborate with private sector. I think Blue, Souq, and Triton are doing that for cardiac, and they're able to achieve more and train personnel. So I think that's a big one, and really attitudinal change is key.
Okay, so let's talk about policy. Different policies are made to fit specific sectors and purposes. So would you say your sector, you find it very easy adapting to the policy meant for your sector? Are there challenges? How are you trying to, make this work? I see you smiling. It's a challenge, but because we mentioned that earlier that we have good policies, but the issue is making sure that you see them to the later. People get to do this thing. So, in your own sector, how would you say this works?
Well, if we have to be sincere, really, these policies, everybody knows we make very fantastic policies. But how do they get into creation? And I think that is where this comes into play. These are the policies, There will be a lot of challenges. We understand how the landscape is, You have a policy on availability of healthcare, the number of doctors, but in reality, a lot have left. But you need to still be able to render care, because policy, you are there, you are this center for that, But the main thing is, in the same thing, you have these issues and these challenges. How do you improve your strengths and make them become competencies? How do you become creative? I was telling them, I said, because we had experience with Lassa so much and we're always running out of PPEs, we decided to produce our own PPEs that we could wash, we could autoclave. So when COVID came, we already were used to something. When you prepare before the need arises, you go through all the downs, and we're able to do that. Now we have, whenever at the end of a Lassa week, we still have our regular meetings and updates. And how we look, reflect, where did we go wrong? How do we improve? So the thing with policies that they can be there, but when you put them on ground, you have to continue to evaluate yourself, and improve and be creative. We have to be creative. That's true. That's the only way.
Okay, so let me also ask you this. I think in the course of the training, Dr. Ken mentioned attitude. So I'm bringing it to your sector. I remember he was talking. He even referred to an incident. Talking about the attitude of a nurse towards someone and all of that. So, as a leader in that field, how well would you say you've been able to change this narrative?
Well, in sincerity, I think even if you have all the equipment you have, especially in the health sector, the attitude is poor. You're not going to really achieve a lot. There's a lot of psychology managing your, and just your attitude and your perception goes a long way in providing something. We all have mission and vision statements, and really, how many of us who work here live and work with those ethos? And I think for me, that is something that we should take. The cleaner should understand, I'm in the hospital, I'm working as a cleaner because I want to be part of healthcare delivery. So the patient, if I'm sweeping and somebody walks past, I shouldn't be angry that the person has dirtied, maybe they're coming from a muddy place. I should realize that this person is ill and has come for help, and I shouldn't, my attitude shouldn't be one that makes person feel bad. The same thing with the healthcare professionals. You understand that you're stretched, you're overworked, but how you receive patients and how you counsel them. Just funny enough, today I had to give a lecture this morning before I came here for doctors who are specializing in anesthesia. And I needed to talk on patient counseling and breaking bad news. So those are things about communication skills. It's not about how much skill I have as an anesthetist, my non-technical skills. And I think that is something I think we need to change completely, like almost a 360 degree. And I think it will affect everything. It will affect our policies. It will affect how well we even use the resources we have maximally for effectiveness. So moving forward, I think it's something that one has to, like going back, I need to emphasize. But I think, everything starts from we.
Yes.
Yeah, the leaders, when they see your attitude, then they know they kind of, you also act like an example, really, and say, oh, if she does this and she talks this way, then it means I can.
Yes.
So
lead by example.
Lead by example.
That's it.
That is what we need.
That's it.
All right, so you've talked about resources too. This is a time where there is limited resources, whether it's for government or if it's for private enterprises. So alongside strategic thinking, strategic insight, thinking, planning comes the issue of budgeting. If we look at the health sector, now how do we appropriate the funds, limited funds that is budgeted for healthcare service? In the course of the training today, primary healthcare facilities were mentioned. And we know that at this time, it's of priority to the Federal Ministry of Health to revitalize the primary healthcare system. But when we come to budgeting for them, equipping this primary healthcare system, does it look actually that there is a lot of thoughtful thinking and planning into how the primary healthcare system should work and meet the needs, deliver value to the consumers of healthcare?
Thank you. What I've realized is the primary healthcare needs minimal equipment. A ventilator would cost about 30 million naira. The primary healthcare center does not need that. They need the basic things to check patient's pulse, things to check patient's blood pressure. But what they need at that level is capacity development and training. To know, how can I identify someone who is critically ill and do a little bit essential care and move. So those things don't really cost so much. But the important thing is if you invest and ensure that they have the capacity, they have the training, they have that incentive, they're meant to feel important. It improves the overall health indices of the country. So yes, a lot is budgeted there. How well is it being utilized? And I think because I go to a lot of places, because I also do a lot of non-governmental work. I'm the president of the Medical Women Association of Nigeria in Edo State. So we do a lot of training at OKC, and we go, to talk to, health care workers and all of that. And realize that they just need education, they need incentive. They also want to feel that they matter in the overall health. And they really matter because they're the ones closer to the people. The community, people in the community feel comfortable with them than coming to the hospital I work. Because there's that personal relationship. Yeah. So I think investing in primary health care is good because it will improve the overall health indices. But capacity building is key in doing that. And I will hope that we will have that the insight and the zeal to do that and provide such in all the communities.
Okay, I'm going to take it from here now, the insight. How do we get the insight as to the exact need of the people? We're looking at the medical field now, or the medical sector, because that's your area. Now, it's one thing to say, let's focus on the primary healthcare sector, and that's the way to ensure that healthcare gets to those at the grassroots. But how can these things be linked? So, someone goes to the primary healthcare, like you mentioned that the primary healthcare center doesn't need much equipment, but if the case becomes severe, because people go there for basic healthcare needs, maybe they're not feeling very well, for mild ailment, but where they're diagnosed with something more severe, then there's referral to a secondary healthcare system. You find that in some localities where you have primary healthcare centers, the nearest secondary healthcare facility is so far. So it's kind of hard for people to just move like from one level. So if it's very severe, then you easily move to the next healthcare facility that can attend to. Is that a missing link? Is that why sometimes certain policies that are supposed to yield results at the implementation stage seem not to be given the right result? How can this be corrected?
Yes, it's those are part of the things. You have to realize that there are a lot of delays in accessing healthcare and reducing all these mortality indices from your home to the hospital. That's another thing. From the hospital to a referral center. Now, ideally, everything comes, to get to even the primary healthcare center, the roads may be bad. So even if I know I should get there, but I can't even access. But another thing, the very important thing is that these healthcare centers should have ambulances, means to move patients from the primary. It shouldn't be their responsibility anymore to say, oh, I have to now think of how to move myself. And you can domesticate this. You see, these tricycles have been used in places like India as a means of moving persons from the primary health care to a secondary health care. And that responsibility is not borne by the patient, it's borne by government. I should be able to transfer a patient, even from my facility, to another facility that does more of the cardiac issues if I can't handle that, or in neurosurgical if we have limitations. Now, who bears that responsibility? Should it be the patient or the government? It should be the government. Because the person has come to a government facility to seek care. And we all understand, you can't have all the facilities in one place. So you also have, we talked about the ratio of doctors, and I realize that we are far from ideal, But the thing is, if you need to repair that bridge, the ambulance services, it is the responsibility of government. You have trauma centers. But if I have a trauma on the road, is there an ambulance that will pick me and take me to the closest trauma center, or I have to wait for passerby and good Samaritans to take me? And sometimes they even increase the mortality in moving critically ill patients. You understand? So it's I would say it's complex. Sometimes it seems daunting, but I think it is something that can be done. You see other societies and see, oh, these policies they've had, how did they? You understand it. And you should try and replicate, not in full. You domesticate it
based on your needs,
environmental factors, and all of that. But see how it works. I don't want to believe, oh, there's a problem that cannot be solved, because I think that's why we are humans and intelligent. Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like you to speak to this. There are some roadblocks that I call it roadblocks because oftentimes, if that's the right word now, you see people when they are in a state of emergency, bring them to the hospital, and you hear that there are some policies or rules that are in place saying, oh, we can't do this, oh, sorry, you have to provide this, and all of that. I think health, they say, is wealth, right? So if someone is alive first, he or she could find a way to run around to sort out some other necessary things, So is it possible we move away from, if this is not available, we cannot treat? Those roadblocks. Is it possible?
Oh, sure. Now there used to be a lot of hesitancy. Oh, do you attend to gunshot victims until you get a police report? Recently they have said no. You attend to them while in the process of doing that. And I think it's wrong to tell people to pay before asking, because that is where that is what you call emergency. It is in the first 24 hours, and that is critical in survival. Because I could be walking across the street, I wouldn't take my ID card, I probably didn't take my phone. I get knocked down by a vehicle. I get to the hospital, I'm unknown.
Yes.
Because at that point, nobody knows who I am. But that doesn't mean I'm not even on a health insurance policy and all that. But it is important at that point in time to offer emergency and essential critical care. And that is something we're trying to advocate really, to ensure that is available for 24 hours. Able to give oxygen the patient needs it, and stabilize that person in the first 24 hours at least. Subsequently, you can now find ways, and I think a lot of hospitals are actually changing that narrative. However, where I work, I can only speak for where I work in the ISTH era. For the first 24 hours, sometimes extended, you get emergency care.
All right. I want to believe that is happening because it's a policy of the management that treatment should come first before other things while they're on the process. Okay, so this training that is for top level managers, I believe that all of you will go back to your respective organizations and begin to implement the changes via policy initiatives and all that. But we also find that in some organizations where policies have been made, the policies are not even understood by those who I may want to refer to as foot soldiers in questions, those who are on the ground to carry out the activities, the functions necessary for the full implementation of the policies. Some of them are not fully informed, they do not understand it, and sometimes there is no buy-in. And when there is no buy-in, you don't expect that people do what is necessary to have this. So it doesn't really work. On paper, you have this policy, that policy. For instance, the issue of treatment or payment before treatment. That you say is happening in your organization, but if we go to some other medical establishments, particularly the private run ones, that may not really apply. So how do we ensure that top level managers communicate effectively policies, secure buy-in, and then they become things that the consumers enjoy? Even to what you were talking about when we talk about the primary health care, the ambulance situation that happens in other countries where the tricycles are used. In that training, I also listened, and I got a part of it when the facilitator for today, talking about Dr. Ikemwa, who was talking about the client's functions or consumer functions. So what you need to actually deliver the service that your consumers are expecting to get from you. So what is the role of the manager in all of this? Communicating the policy and also ensuring that the client functions are available, even the technology. And so everything is well structured to meet that goal.
Well, the thing is really, you come here and you get all the stuff, you feel ginger and you're ready to go back to your school, like, I'm going to cost so much thing. But it's very important to cascade it down, because of course, they have units and unit heads. And so it's important going back, you cascade it and ensure it goes down. But the important thing is also monitoring and evaluation. And performance indices, what do you expect? And I come back and I have the discussion. In the next month or 3 months, should I do an evaluation? Performance and see for patients who have come for day and says that do I need to get feedback from the clients and after the feedback next person? Do I need to develop musician's website and let clients know they can go there and give us feedback on when I came in, how long did I spend the whole day before I saw a doctor in the clinic, or I came and I because I had booked the appointment at some time and I didn't want to be kept waiting, and I did see. Or I came by 7 a.m. and I didn't wait till 5. So we must monitor and evaluate, and I think that's really very important. We must get feedback from the clients, our patients who we render this service, and then I think getting feedback from them shows us where are the points we need to improve, because they are the consumers really. We may think we have like the perfect idea to make it. But if we don't engage them, we won't really know exactly if they're actually making a positive impact and all the policies really are to their best interest, which is what it should be. But I think, one, cascading this information down to everybody, even up to the cleaners, the porters, it's really very important. And I do that because I do a lot of work with intensive care. So I will tell the cleaners, I say, you are very important here. Because people who are here are very, very clean. Talk to them with empathy. Talk to the relatives with empathy. They are going through a lot. So and they make them realize that you're a cleaner in the intensive care unit. It's different from being a cleaner in an office.
Oh yes,
because
true.
When you interact with the patient relatives, sometimes they look at you and want to get some comfort. So even when you smile at them, even if you're trying to tell them, oh please don't litter this place, or you tell them with some compassion and empathy. I know we're quite cultural here. Oh, don't worry, God will do them. All those kind of nuances. So it's different from you're working in an office. So your attitude is different. So it cascades so that they feel that yes, they are part. And I think that is the attitude that needs to change. And I think in our smaller units, when it's as a manager, it's cascaded down. And once the smaller units grow, I think it improves, the overall system. It might take some time. There will be issues, you would have persons who do not feel they need to change their attitude. But reward system is also important.
Okay.
And incentives. And there should be some punishment for people who do not meet up. Because in the private sector, you have those things. That's why private sectors run so effectively, sometimes compared to the public sector. Even if you put in so much for them, realize that if you do not meet up, this is but if you do well, you have incentives, to encourage people who are doing well, and we must always be optimistic.
All right. Okay, so I love that we must always be optimistic. So I want to bring you back to the training. So you spent a couple of hours learning, unlearning, you've unlearned,
Yes.
and relearning at the same time. So would you say you've been able to pick out some key, skills or messages that you'll be taking back home? Talking about probably you identify a major challenge in your sector and you feel this training has actually availed you to, what's it called now? A way out, solution to solve those challenges.
Yes, and the key things, maybe not just in one place. I think I've learned the fact that, maximizing your strength and you need to be proactive and creativity. The idea that you don't necessarily need to like someone if somebody has those strengths. Maximize the person's strengths. Usually we feel, I really don't like you, so I don't really want you to work in this office, even if the person has the capacity. But now I realize, why don't you maximize that person's capacity, to deliver whatever thing you need effectively? Then I think the key is collaboration. Because some of us in public institutions, we all want to, this office is the best. We're the best, we're better than this other one. But really, we can collaborate and be much bigger than what we want to. So for me, I think that's idea of collaboration is key. Attitudinal change is really key, and letting everybody's decision be linked to the vision and the mission of the institution. I think that's aspect, because when you keep asking about that, like, do you think even how many people know the vision and mission of your institution, and does the cleaner know that? Because if they're linked to it, it changes a lot.
Well, you just took the question out of my mouth when you talked about collaboration, because in there it was quite an issue when the facilitator for today's session talked about moving away from competition to collaboration. Yes, you can have competition in the private sector, but when it comes to the public sector, it's more about collaboration. And I think that's what's missing. That's why it seems like everybody is fighting one person. Some agency wants to be the hero, and while others feel like, well, what can we do? So there's like a superiority fight and all that. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Mrs. Irene Hideno, who has been with us here on Souq Podcast. She's a participant at the ongoing ADSC, that is African Development Studies Center, and the National Institute for Public Strategic Studies here in Lagos. So she's not the only one. We promised you, and we're actually delivering on what we promised you, that we'll bring to you some of the participants as well as resource persons. The show continues, or rather, the training continues, meaning Souq Podcast will continue tomorrow. We're bringing to you the facilitator and all the participants. So you need to stay tuned so you can be up to date as it concerns happenings here at the ongoing ADSC NIPS training. I am Blessing AJ. I've been doing this today with Grace Komalafe.
Thank you very much, Blessing. Like I said, it's a pleasure doing this with you, and I hope I'll be here again tomorrow.
Oh yes, of course.
Yes, we'll do this together tomorrow again. All right, till tomorrow, we'll see you.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, We are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. Or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world class. Our characters are world class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, And the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries, Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices, we'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen And to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In a situation we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states and the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) in Kano State, where she worked as an all-day trainee at Akintola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after a service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager, in a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Souq Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with Souq SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolayan movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Souq SA of France. GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
Nigeria leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years, as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I've met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money, right?
I'm people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, when he's going to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a help. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like person want to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital, no amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this level now, but one level now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate one line, two line, three lines, so you can see that there's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Ankara business is not a child's play, I must say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning. But I must say, if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business. The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area (AFCFTA) offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. And activity. Look to the future. Continue to inspire. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? What it is and you may have quality for. Top.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Souq, African. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the 10th together with his saw him in due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent and technology. Zenith Bank started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff, has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2020. Then during stocks. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's chief executive and then chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing amongst repute, feet,
build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's chief executive officer and managing director from 1990 to 2010, and then chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the and generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank won an award for governance and social inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, media, and most recently, education. He is University, Lekki State, which has been approved by the Commission of degree. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the National of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. So in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. Is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman, Jim Ovia 15 was estimated by Forbes to have worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing services. They be head of a tech job teamed us which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, ESUT, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives of her projects targeted at children and youths. Starting at the projects. Jim is married to Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are black. Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending with his family. He also traveling. Wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes. Africa Rise and Shine paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and his all odds pushed through to become a global business icon while providing insight and Ovia is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are to our mission with customized dynamic program ADSC of and practice. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training. Esteemed faculty of seasoned experts and researchers ensures a that side special elements in strategy, monitoring and evaluation. Get discussions or ready to. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 or 362. Visit our day at www. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
A very good afternoon to you. Welcome to the Media News on Souq News TV, reaching you live from Lagos, Nigeria. I am Blessing Aichi. Let's get the headlines now. President Tinubu expresses confidence in Nigeria's economic improvements. Nigeria's crude oil production increases by 70%. Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria records operational surplus of 11.58 billion naira. And in sports, NPFL midweek results display draws and narrow wins. We begin with stories from the home front. President Bola Tinubu has expressed confidence in Nigeria's economic and security improvements, stating that his administration's policies, including fuel subsidy removal, are yielding positive results. Speaking at the APC caucus meeting in Abuja, Tinubu said increased federal allocations to state and local governments have enhanced funding for education and infrastructure. The president therefore called for unity and support for his government's agenda, while reaffirming his commitment to progressive governance. Meanwhile, the APC National Executive Committee, NEC, passed a vote of confidence in President Tinubu's administration during the APC caucus meeting. Minister of Marine and Blue Economy Adegboyega Oyetola has expressed Nigeria's desire to strengthen maritime collaboration with the Gambia to enhance regional security and economic growth. According to a statement by the head of public relations, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Osaigi Edward, the minister expressed Nigeria's commitment to expanding its maritime security infrastructure beyond its territorial waters. The statement further revealed that decisions or discussions are ongoing regarding the potential extension of the Deep Blue Project's operations to cover a wider area within the Gulf of Guinea. The minister emphasized that Nigeria remains committed to being a stabilizing force while fostering cooperation and promoting sustainable development through the blue economy. Meanwhile, the federal government has launched the National Electronic Extension Platform NEP to improve agricultural service delivery for farmers across Nigeria. Speaking at the National Agricultural Research Extension Summit in Abuja, Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Aliyu Abdullahi, said the NEP is designed to work alongside the National Agricultural Research and Extension System, NERS, to provide real-time, cost-effective and interactive agricultural information. The platform aims to address the low extension agents to farmer ratio and enhance access to modern farming techniques. Officials at the summit emphasized the role of digital technology in revolutionizing agricultural extension services to ensuring better knowledge dissemination and boost productivity, as the initiative is expected to minimize security risks faced by extension agents, improve decision-making for farmers, and contribute to achieving national food security goals. As part of measures to ensure the effective reflection of the country's adjusted inflation, the federal government has called on cement manufacturers to reduce prices to 7,000 naira per bag, citing improved economic conditions. Minister of Works, Nweze David Umahi, made the appeal during a meeting in Abuja, stating that the Naira's recent stability at 1,400 per dollar and lower petrol prices should translate to reduced cement costs. He criticized manufacturers for maintaining high prices despite currency improvements, warning that failure to adjust within a week could lead to presidential intervention. Umahi also stressed that affordable cement is crucial for infrastructure projects, particularly the government's push for concrete roads. Other than that, some contractors are reportedly considering a switch back to asphalt due to rising cement costs. Chairman of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, Olaniyi Yusuf, has called for the integration of artificial intelligence in town planning to enhance productivity and efficiency. Speaking at a forum in Abeokuta, Yusuf highlighted AI's potential to revolutionize urban development through real-time mapping and planning simulations. He emphasized the need for town planners to adapt to technological advancement, climate change, and evolving societal needs, as Nigeria's AI market has been projected to grow at 27.08% annually. The agency's chairman also raised concerns about Nigeria's food insecurity, noting that over 33 million people are at risk of extreme hunger, while urging town planners to support sustainable food production by strategically designing urban spaces that enable agriculture, processing zones, and efficient transportation networks. Nigeria's crude oil production increases by 70%. These and other stories to come in a moment after the break. To stay tuned.
The Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We said our mission with customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics. ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training. Our faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a side practice specialize in policy implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development.
Thank you for staying tuned to the midday news on Souq News TV. Let's move on now to the oil and gas sector, where the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, says Nigeria's crude oil production has increased by 70% since 2021. Chief Executive Officer of NUPRC, Gbenga Kumalafe, who stated this in Abuja, revealed that Nigeria's technical potential output is put at 2.24 million barrels per day, noting that the Commission is currently targeting a 40 billion barrels crude reserves. According to Kumalafe, NUPRC has set new benchmarks for oil and gas production and significantly strengthened the nation's energy security. He said Nigeria's vast oil reserves present a remarkable opportunity for growth and economic transformation, as the current production averages 1.7 million barrels per day. The NUPRC boss therefore restated the Commission's commitment to working assiduously to improve transparency, drive collaboration with E&P companies, ensure financial viability, and adopt cutting-edge improved oil recovery technologies to reduce costs while eliminating entry barriers and optimizing production. In a related development, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has reduced the ex-depot price of petrol by 65 naira, bringing it down to 825 naira per litre. This marks the refinery's second price cut this month after its first reduction of 60 naira per litre earlier in the month. The refinery stated that the move aims to ease financial burdens on Nigerians, especially during the Ramadan season, while supporting President Tinubu's economic recovery efforts. Despite the reduction, petrol prices at retail stations will vary, with Lagos seeing rates between 860 naira and 865 naira per litre, as MRS Holdings, Adover Petroleum and Hayden stations will implement the retail price nationwide. The 650,000 barrel per day capacity refinery has assured Nigerians of consistent supply, sufficient reserves, and a surplus for export to strengthen Nigeria's foreign exchange earnings. Meanwhile, President of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has identified unstable electricity as a major barrier to Nigeria's industrialization. Speaking at the Dangote refinery in Lekki during a visit by Zambia's Minister of Energy, Makozo Chikote, Dangote noted that running a business abroad is 30% cheaper due to stable power supply. He emphasized that Nigeria's reliance on costly alternative energy sources like diesel generators significantly reduces profit margins and discourages investment. On his part, Zambia's Minister of Energy acknowledged his country's energy challenges but highlighted progress in hydro and renewable power development. Dangote stressed the need for research and strategic energy investment while urging Nigerian policymakers to prioritize electricity reforms. Away from that, the House of Representatives has promised to give Nigerians tax laws that are transparent and fair to all sections of the country. Members of the House made a pledge during the public hearing on the tax reform bills in Abuja. The Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, TUC, and the Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria, SCSN, opposed the tax reform bills for various reasons, while the NCS, represented by its Controller General, Bashir Adini, said the proposed tax reforms are in jurisdictional conflict with the NCS and will legislate the agency out of existence. TUC and the Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria opposed the proposed gradual increase in value-added tax VAT from 7.5% to 15%. There has been growing opposition from different bodies over the proposed tax reform bills as legislators continue with public hearing. And now moving to the housing sector, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria records operational surplus of 11.58 billion naira. This and more will be brought to you after this break. Stay. Many thanks for being there. It's still media news on Souq News TV. Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, FMBN, has recorded an operational surplus of 11.58 billion naira in 2024, marking its first ever financial surplus in over 30 years. Speaking in Abuja to mark his first year in office, FMBN Managing Director Shehu Osidi highlighted the bank's achievements, including a 100 billion naira off-takers guarantee for President Bola Tinubu's renewed Hope Housing initiative. Osidi credited revenue growth, prudent financial management, and cost-cutting measures for the turnaround, noting that operational expenses were reduced while maintaining service excellence. In another development, Nigeria's stock market recorded a net foreign investment outflow of 20 billion 190 million naira in January 2025, raising concerns over liquidity challenges. Data from the Nigerian Exchange Limited (NGX) show that foreign outflows increased by 13.2% to 45 billion 850 million naira, while foreign inflows declined by 2.3% to 25,660 million naira. A yearly comparison revealed a 190.6% gap, with foreign outflows at 45,850 million naira compared to 15,780 million naira in January 2024. Analysts have warned that the trend could weaken the naira as investors convert local currency to repatriate funds. Let's touch on sports now. The Nigeria Premier Football League NPFL Match Day Week 26 midweek fixtures were played on Wednesday 26 as 8 games were featured. Most of the games displayed draws and narrow wins as the teams continue their battle on the league table. The first game featured Enyimba versus Shooting Stars, with both teams playing 1-1 draw. The Shooting Stars dropped 2 vital points that could have considerably reduced the points difference at the top of the league table. Heartland and El Kanemi Warriors played a goalless draw, while Kwara United versus Abia Warriors came out with the same goalless result. Plateau United narrowly defeated Bayelsa by a 1-0, staying ahead of their defeated opponent by 1 point on the league table, while Nasarawa United defeated league leaders Remo Stars at home. In other games, Niger Tornadoes defeated Lobby Stars by 2-0 away from home as Kano Pillars Rabiu Ali slotted in a late penalty to secure a 1-0 victory against Oka United. Enugu Rangers comfortably defeated Sunshine Stars 3-0 at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium in Enugu. The NPFL matches continue today, 27th February 2025. And as our package on media news, many thanks for watching. I'm Blessing AG. Please follow us on our social media platforms at Souq News TV. There'll be more news coming your way at 3 p.m. Good afternoon.
The Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from God, says the Holy Book. Among the many blessings of life, marriage stands as one of the most cherished. Today we gather to celebrate the union of Omaka and Augustine, and wedding bells rings as it marks the beginning of a new journey. Family, friends, and well-wishers are gathered together to share in their joy. My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is Souq Podcast, taken it straight from the studio to your destination, anywhere in the world. We'll be having conversations, I must say special conversations, as it relates to today's event, and that we will be doing right after this break. Thank you for joining us. This is still Souq Podcast, and it's all about Omaka and Augustine. So we have a guest in the house who will be telling us about the couple, the newly wedded couple. Magnus, it's nice having you today.
Thank you very much.
So tell me, how are you related to the couple?
So, Omaka, my dear sister, she's basically the one after myself. So in the pecking order of birth, I was born first. She came after, and then I have a couple of the brother and the sister that came just afterwards. So being the sister that directly comes after me, you can understand the bond that we have. Before the rest of my siblings were born, it was just two of us.
Oh yeah.
Who kicked it out in the world, who did all the hide and seeks and all of these things until the rest of them came. And of course, this relationship carried on and on and on, even all the way to primary school, secondary school. We did all the naughty things our kids would do. Fun things about Omaka is born, she's always loved cooking.
Okay.
And for some reason, she ended up studying law in uni.
Okay.
And then did a backtrack, a 360. Or should I say, is it 360 or 180? No, I won't say what. I would say she did a 90 degrees and went to culinary school. And now she's now a
But initially, she do not like cooking.
No, she's always loved cooking.
Oh, she's always loved cooking. Oh, I
So
see. No wonder she decided to go for
It was so
culinary
notorious
arts.
that she would take the pots and the pans in the house, take them to school. You know, they have this home economics in secondary school. And then she would just go there and cook food. And she would come back home with nothing. And we'll say, where's the food you cooked? You took all of our dishes and then
Okay, so how do you feel? How do you feel having a man, the love of her life, taking her away from you?
I think it's a fulfilling experience. Being myself married, to a lovely wife, Essay. I can understand, what they're both going through at the moment. The affection they have for each other, the bonding that they have for each other, the love they have for each other, and I can tell that it's genuine. And looking at the amount of time they've spent together, even before they got married, it's pretty obvious that these guys were made for each other. So there's nothing to worry about.
All right. So before I let you go, tell us that beautiful moment, memory that you cannot forget about your sister. Something you just can't forget in a hurry. That's always been in your mind.
Okay. Something I can't forget is the fact that whenever she's always the type that likes to manage things and manage people, and whenever she just comes around, she wants things to be organized. She's always saying, do this way, do this way, do this way. The perfectionist in that sense.
I see.
No wonder she's an award-winning chef.
I see.
Multiple award-winning chef.
Oh wow. She's an award-winning chef. Multiple award-winning chef. This is to say that I think her husband wouldn't even dare to eat outside for one day.
No, that's sorted.
I want to believe
That's sorted.
Wow. So one word for the couple. One word.
So the prayer is for God to just keep the family in marital bliss. There shouldn't be any situation that will tear them apart, but rather every situation that they go through, positive or negative, should make their bond stronger. Because I've come to realize now, being married for about 5 years, that life in the wedding or in the marital life is an ongoing institution. So marriage, when they say institution,
it's a continuous process, right?
Exactly. Like when you're in uni, it's an institution. Marriage also is an institution. So you're always learning about each other. You're always, finding out new things about each other. Find out your strengths and your weaknesses, blending them together. That's why they say one and two will become one.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Thank you very much for your time. Please tell us your name again before you go.
Oh, my name is Magnus Abel Orugu.
Thank you.
To the bride.
Brother to the bride. Thank you so much, Magnus. Thank you. So again, I bring to you a special man. Oh yes, the father of the bride. And I'm sure he has a lot to tell us about Omaka today. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
It's a pleasure. I'm fine, thank you. It's a pleasure having you at this corner.
Thank you.
It's all about Omaka and Augustine. How do you feel today? Tell us.
Wow. I'm excited. So excited. We have been looking forward to this day, which has come. So I'm excited. And I want to thank God for a day like this.
So tell me, what's that thing about your daughter, right, that you just cannot forget, and you're feeling like, oh, she's actually going away. Though we know that it's for good, but then you just have this feeling like, oh, my daughter is going away. What's that thing so special you can't forget?
Oh, she's so special. So special. So she's so close to me, and as my first daughter.
I see.
When I had her, I was very, very happy, and it has been very easy journey, right from our baby to toddler to teenager to youth, and then to this age of maturity. So there are a lot of stories
About her.
about her.
So you've been in the journey for so many years, obviously. I need not to ask about that. But I want to say, what do you have to say to this newly wedded couple?
Well, they are very, very good couples. Very, very good couples. Because when I met the groom first, you know, they don't live in Nigeria here.
Okay.
So when we're making a call, you know, one of these video calls, and I saw him. He looks very, very promising.
Okay.
But all I just said that day is that a young man, I can see you over there, but I don't know exactly what you are doing. I don't know exactly what you are doing, but I'll just take it. I'll just keep it to myself that, like, I did not see you. After saying that, when I talk to him again, I ask of his parents. I would like to meet with your parents.
So we'd just like you to share a word of advice, you know, because so we can have more people come and just go and talk about it.
Yeah,
Your advice to them.
My couple of advice to them is that they should build their marriage on the foundation, on God's foundation.
Thank you.
By putting their trust in God.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. And that's it. That's the father of the bride. Trust me, a lot of people are just in the waiting corner wanting to talk about Omaka and Augustine. Souq podcast is still on, bringing you more interviews about the newly wedded couples in a bit. I told you, a lot of people are out there waiting to talk about Omaka and Augustine, the newly wedded bride. And right here, I have the mother of the bride sitting. And we, of course, I mean, I'm also super excited, I must say to you. Hello, it's pleased to have you here, mother.
Thank you so much.
So tell us, straight to the point, Omaka, I don't know why I keep saying Amaka. Anyways.
Amaka.
So Amaka.
The child is beautiful.
Her child is beautiful. I love that. And you know, she's actually beautiful. She's a beauty. Okay, tell us about Omaka and Augustine.
Omaka is my daughter. Pretty. So pretty and so intelligent. She knows what she wants. And she's a very patient person. When she needs something, you would think that she doesn't want it. But she calmly and steadfast, she receives it. Augustine too, they have a similar role to play in life. When they find each other attractive, I know the moment I see them, I know they will come together because they are so happy with each other. You see Augustine talking to Omaka, you will think that the world is around.
Oh my!
Smiling all the time, making himself so happy.
Love in the air.
Yes. You know when you see two couples God has blessed, bring together, you will see the radiation of life in them. That is how the two magnets comes together.
So tell me how you feel today, and we're also going to wrap up
so
with you telling us your wish for the children.
My greatest wish for them, where I did not step, let them start from it. Wherever I ended, let it be their starting point. Success, good things of life, good health, everything you can name of. Above all, I want them to know God.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great having you. You are just joining us. This is Souq podcast, and it's all about Omaka and Augustine. We have again at this corner Reverend Badebo. He actually did the joining of the couple. It's pleased to have you here, sir.
Thank you very much.
So tell us, what is marriage all about? I think you really need to go deep into this since you did the joining.
Okay. Marriage is God's plan for a man and a woman. I must emphasize that fact.
A man and a woman, just the two of them?
Yes,
okay.
Not a man and a man, not a man, but a man and that is God's plan.
Okay.
According to the scriptures, to fulfill God's purpose here on earth, which is one, to dominate, to subdue, and procreate, and dominate the whole world, and which we have been seeing man right from Adam and Eve even up till now. That's the purpose, and the purpose of God for marriage is to one, to avoid sexual sin, to avoid immorality, and then to create an avenue where you can have sex without feeling guilty. Then also, it's also to ensure that the man and woman have a companion, a friend, a comforter at all times. You know, many people in the world today are in the world, in the crowd, but they are alone. But marriage was where that is where the two of them are friends. But that is very, very vital, and they know what they are doing, and therefore the purpose of God will become friends of one another, and that we know that some of the problems we are seeing today that people are facing, which include loneliness, depression, all sorts of emotional issues.
Okay, so a lot of marriages are crumbling today, and we really feel sad because it's a good thing to see people come together and stay together. But by the time we begin to receive reports like, oh, this marriage crumbled, or divorce here and there, we feel so worried. What would you say would be some of these reasons, and how can it be at least reduced, even if we can have that eradicated totally?
It can be reduced, perhaps even eradicated. But you know, when we are married for our own reasons, not for the reason for which the owner of marriage, you know, it's like you going to go and buy a Toyota vehicle and you decide that, oh, this vehicle, I run it any way I like, any way I want. It does not work that way. The owner's manual is the Bible. So any home to succeed, like the preacher said today, you must follow the pattern of God, the order of God, which is one, the man must love. Not just sexual love. Love in good times and in bad times. Love with all that you have. Love as Christ loved. Then the man must what? Submit as unto God. So if the two of them are doing what they should do, then there will no need for divorce.
All right. Give us one word for this newlywed couple.
My word to them is that they started the journey with God, and then continue with God, and come to God, and love one another, respect one another, and also plan to do such a thing like this for their own children together.
For record purpose, before you leave, tell us your name in full.
My name is Reverend Gadibo A.
Thank you so much. Thank
God
you.
Bless.
Again, we'll have a friend of the couple. At this corner, it's Souq podcast, like I've told you before, and we are still on. It's all about Omaka and Augustine. Afoma, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
It's a pleasure having you sitting here today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Tell us about this amazing couple.
I mean, I think the one unique perspective I have about them is that they are individually responsible for me meeting my husband.
Oh, I see.
So the first time I met him, God had invited me and my friends over to a party. And then the second time I met him, Omaka had invited me over to a different party, and then that was when
at different occasions,
like almost a year apart.
So you're talking about how many years now?
So the first meeting was in 2020, the second one was in 2021. Yeah.
So tell me, what is that unique thing that you just can't forget that's about them?
I mean, I think it's really how close, like how slow and how slowly they've grown close together. I mean, I think initially it was friendship, and then they've just really taken their time. I think that's one thing I appreciate, and I would say about their relationship is that they took their time to get to this point. They have owned their journey. It's been years, 100%, and I mean, I'm not only happy for them, I'm very proud of how they've done that.
Okay, so if you know them this much, tell me something about them, the food they like, the color. Perhaps if you do know.
I know that Amaka is an expert in particular kind of cuisine, and then she's a chef. One thing I find interesting about your relationship is that Gus also cooks once in a while, and then I know Amaka doesn't really like cooking at home. So I think it's a very weird. I think it's one thing I find weird, but I mean that's their dynamic.
All right, thank you so much for your time. For record purpose, could you just tell us your name in full again?
Sure, Afama Ofodiwi Karibo.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Again, we'll have a friend of the couple in the house, Mavi Akintola. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Just tell us about the newlywed couple.
Well, of course, Omaka and Gus, they're my friends from Abu Dhabi, but I've known Omaka since law school, but I met Gus in Abu Dhabi.
So tell me something special about this couple.
Something special was we didn't expect them to get married.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so
So,
why?
just because they're just very different people. They don't conform to the norms and they live life on their own terms and they're not very traditional, so to speak. So they're very modern, very contemporary. So when they decided that you're going to get married, I was like, wow,
Seriously?
hallelujah. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay, so
But
it
we're
was-
really happy for them. Yes.
So it was a lot of surprise for virtually
100%. Yes.
Wow. So your prayers and wishes for them?
Lots of money, good health, long life, prosperity, and a peaceful and a happy home.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Take care.
And again, it's Oyinkan Evans on this side of Souq podcast, and she's a friend of the bride. Hello, Oyinkan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So pleased to have you here. So tell me, for how long have you known the bride?
Oh, I've known Omaka since I think 2011.
Okay.
So that probably makes it 10 years or more. Yeah, it's been a long time.
So tell me something about Omaka.
One thing that I admire about Omaka is that her ability to like change and morph into different things. Like we met in law school, and then she said, oh, she wants to be a chef, and then she moved to Paris, and then she moved to Abu Dhabi. So I think for me, I can't think of something funny, but that's one thing I admire about her.
So at the point she moved from law into culinary,
Yeah.
so what did you think? What came to mind for you?
It was just interesting. I just thought, oh, that's interesting. Like from law school, and she used to do these dinners for us where we would come to her house in Isheri, and she would cook for us, and she would try different things, or we'll go to our friend Damsel's house, and like those times were so great because it was sort of at the beginning of her journey, and we sort of were with her to see that, and now to see where she is, and like having creating a menu in a restaurant in Abu Dhabi and opening up a second restaurant. So like it's been a journey, and I'm just so proud of her. I think that's what.
As a long-time friend, have you seen Omaka in her downtime, and how were you able to give the necessary support?
I think like Omaka doesn't dwell, which is what that's why she's a good friend. Like she might be down, but she's still like active. You won't know that she's so sad, and
She doesn't show it.
Yeah, she just moves on. Like, oh, something's happening, I'm just gonna move on. So yeah.
So your wish for them?
I wish you guys lots of happiness and love, and that you continue to be friends, and that this marriage will be like the most amazing thing that both of you have ever done. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Alright, again, I have another friend of the bride, Kemi or Jenike. Hello, Kemi.
Hi.
So pleased to have you.
Thank you.
Tell us about the bride.
Okay, I've known the bride since 2006.
Okay.
We went to school together, and she's pretty amazing. I've sort of seen her evolve. Like, she's very committed to whatever she's doing, very willing to try new things. Such a good friend, and it was just such an honor to be here to celebrate with her. I'm really excited to be here to witness today.
So you would agree with me that marriages, of course, are not always a beautiful reasons. There could be downtime and all of that. how do you want to encourage this newlywed couple to carry on whenever they have any challenges or something?
Well, I think essentially taking it on as any important project that you would, understanding that it's a lifetime commitment, and giving it your best, being willing to let go of certain things, being willing to compromise, and communicating, ensuring that they understand each other and they listen to each other. I believe that with that and by the grace of God, I'm sure there's no storm that they cannot weather together. I wish them every success. I wish them abundance, bliss, joy. I wish them resilience. I wish them just everything good that marriage has to offer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Kemi is wishing you guys everything good. And so now I have with me Damisola Akolade, a friend of the brand,
yes,
right?
That is
Hello,
correct.
Damisola.
Damisola.
So Damisola,
Yes.
let's go into it. Tell me about the brand.
I've been friends with Amaka since 2006, so that makes 18 years now or so. And she's been an absolutely wonderful friend. We've known each other through poverty and career changes. Amaka is one of the few people I know that is very brave and determined. After our law school period and NYSC, Amaka at the age of, in her 20s, decided she wanted to be a chef, and she took it on with full force. Started from the beginning. That's one of the best things about her. She's very humble. She doesn't mind learning from scratch.
As a friend of 18 years, you experienced the poverty and everything, the progress all together. Could you share a particular moment during the hard time that you can forget?
Well, when I said poverty, we're
not necessarily poor.
We just didn't have
we
jobs.
get that, But it's not the same if you want to look at it.
Well, yeah, fair enough. I would say that we've had experiences where we've had to make sacrifices. So one of the things would be in university, if one of us was broke, the other person would feed us. And then Amaka also started using us as catering practicals.
I see.
And she would invite a bunch of us over to either my house or our house and host and cook for us. So it's been a wonderful friendship over the years.
So your wish for the newlywed couple?
My wish is for you guys to have a wonderful marriage, have a lot of fun. As you see perfection in each other already. So maintain the magic, don't let life get in your way, and keep on improving and just being the best you can be.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. I think I love that part. Maintain the magic. Now it's time for the in-laws. Yeah, we're having them coming in one after the other. Right here I have with me Ese, a sister-in-law to the bride. Hello Ese.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. So tell me how you feel today.
I feel excited. I feel overjoyed. I'm grateful to God for this day. This day we've been planning and now we are here. I can't express how joyful I feel.
So as a sister-in-law, what has been the experience with the bride?
With the bride. Wow. My experience, she's very fun, she's very jovial, she's very caring, very kind, easy to speak to, she listens to you, she's very calm in everything, even throughout the wedding planning, very calm. Yeah, have a very calm personality. Yeah.
So as an experienced person, you were married for a couple of years.
Yes.
You would have one experience or the other already that you think, perhaps I'm not supposed to have addressed this in this particular way. And then such, would you like to advise them in advance?
Okay. So my advice would be before you speak, think. Because sometimes when you are angry, words can just come out and then you regret it afterwards. So whatever you're doing, always think before you speak. That's my advice. Think before you speak.
Think before you speak. That's very crucial. So your wish for them?
My wish for them. My wish for you is that you have a joyful, blissful, fun, exciting marriage. Marriage have ups and downs, but remember that through your difficulties, work through it together. And like I always tell you, always remember that God is the first. Once you put God in your marriage, everything else is secondary. I wish you all the best. I wish you a life of fun, happiness, load of experience, and I pray that your marriage will be as joyful and as fruitful as mine has been for the past 5 years. And I want to say congratulations to Omaka and Gus, and I pray that God will sustain, keep you, and I can't wait to carry your baby.
And you want to go for Uber, right?
Of course.
All right.
Uber, here we come.
Uber, here she comes. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
In case you're just joining us, this is Souq Podcast, and like I would always say, we take it right from the studio to your destination, anywhere in the world. Well, I remain Grace Komolafe. My name hasn't changed yet, and I have the brother of the groom. Yes, let the men do their thing this time. It's the ladies. It's time for the men to do the talking. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so I want you to start by telling us your name.
So my name is Cyril Ojotuliacholo. I'm the older brother of the group.
Great. So tell me about your brother. Or you tell me
About my brother. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I've known him his whole life. He's one of my favorite people, obviously. Very, very fun, very kind-hearted, very... just a great person, I'd say, generally. And I'm not just saying that because he's my brother. You can see all the people that showed up to support him today. And obviously I'm very proud of him and proud of Omaka, of course.
Okay, so a lot of people have actually talked about, say so many beautiful things about the bride, about the groom. But because he's the brother, so
right.
I'm sure you already know everything from brother, even till today.
Right.
So tell me about those naughty periods, those naughty...
Okay. Yes, very naughty. He was a very naughty child. Yes.
Okay,
we had a lot of fun growing up. We got into a bit of trouble now and then, but it was always a good time with the family. And I mean, I would spill too much beans about him, but he's always been the baby of the house. So he's actually the youngest of my parents. So he's always the baby of the house. So he got away with a lot of things. So you can see how free he is now because, But all jokes aside, he was a great brother, a great kid growing up. We went to school together as well. So, we kind of spent all that time together, both at home and at school. And, nothing but positive things to say about him. He always brought life to whatever situations we were in. Yes.
Okay, so let's get a bit serious. Let's talk about support. How much of support do you think a couple need to keep them going, especially from the family?
Oh yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm sure they will tell you they need all the support they can get. I think that's always the case. I think everybody does, regardless of your circumstances. I think for them in particular, they do need the support, I'd say, of their family, obviously, their friends, their whole community. I think they have that already. They seem to, at least, I think it's pretty much on display here today. And I think my advice to them would be to continue to rely on that going forward, right? They're going to need it. Hopefully everything goes smoothly, but even when things are going smoothly, it's always good to have people around you can turn to and who will celebrate with you and rejoice with you in the good times. So, my advice to them is to continue to take advantage of that as long as they have it. I wish them all the best. I wish them continued love and happiness and success in all their endeavors. Long life, blessings in their family, all the things they wish for themselves, basically prosperity, health, all of that love, and many more years of joy and blessings.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you. And now the very main man of today, the man of the day. Of course, no other person but the groom. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
How do you feel being weathered today? Please tell us.
as my people say, it's an auspicious day.
Okay.
You know, so what can I do? I'm just happy to be here. You know, they say you go and you find a wife and you found a good thing.
That's it.
I find a good thing, and they said, you know, do right by her. So you know, I'm actually.
And you just did.
I'm excited.
So tell me, what was that attraction? What attracted the both of you together?
I don't want to show you some secret messages that were shown, but it was
But we won't
attraction at first viewership. I saw her and I said, you know what, this is the one, this is the person, and you know, thanks be to God. We're here.
So I've actually interviewed a couple of people, your friend, her friends, and all of that, and somebody actually mentioned that at some point they didn't believe you guys were going to get married. Kind of really surprised that, wow, are they really getting married? So tell me, what, aside the fact that you know you decided to take that decision, were there any point where you feel, oh, maybe it's not just the right step to take?
Oh no, the point was never with her. It was with me and marriage to begin with. But
I see.
you know, as you grow, you mature, and you know, you start making realizations and coming to, you know, key moments, and you know, the minute I crossed the threshold of, okay, it's time to get married and, you know, be a responsible man, as they say, I knew what I had to do, and I knew who I was going to be with, and the rest, as they say, is history.
What are those special moments while you guys were still on the road before you got very, very serious? Those special moments you remember and you can't just forget?
Like 2 days ago, when I married her traditionally.
Just 2 days ago.
And then 2 days before that, when I married her in the court.
Okay.
And then before that, you know, we've had a good time. It's been a good number of years now.
Her best food, her best color, her best.
Ask me a question that
no, now let's know.
I don't want to say one now, and then my guy at the top
will say
another one.
Are you sure?
Her best color is whatever color she says.
Okay.
Her best food, whatever food she
Look at this is this is not accepted. But okay, we're just gonna let it go. So, alright, tell me, where do you see yourself in, let's say, in another 5-10 years?
Another 5-10 years, you know. Hopefully not here right now because.
Oh no, this is a reception.
Yes,
It's a wedding.
But you know, happy with my wife, and hopefully maybe 1 or 2 children, depending on how God wants to bless us.
How about 4 or 5?
Again, depending on how, if God wants to give me a 4 or 5, if He should give me like 4 or 500 million,
oh great,
go with it.
All right.
4 or 5 more patience, and yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming today, and we wish you a very beautiful marriage.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Again, and I have with me another friend of the group. His name is Desmond. Hello, Desmond.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure. And how do you feel today having your friend, getting married?
I'm really happy for Augustine. I'm happy that he's found a partner, a life partner, and I pray for him and his marital journey, and I'm sure that he's going to be fruitful.
So for how long have you known Augustine?
I've known him since 1999. So that should be about
time.
25 years.
Okay. So what has been the experience like?
Well, Augustine has been a very fantastic friend. So Augustine is a reliable person, and he's someone that you can count on. I've always counted on him. And there's one thing that is very peculiar about Augustine. Augustine is a connector. What I mean that he's very friendly. He has so many friends across board. Like, he easily makes friends. So even some of the friends I have today who have come to be my very good friend are some people who I met through Augustine. So he's just a very jovial fellow.
Okay, so tell me, because you've been friends for so many years, about 24, 25 years, did you ever fight? How do you resolve?
I don't have any history.
You can't even think of one.
I don't have any history of any serious rancor. Augustine is like, yeah, of course, there would have been times maybe you would have probably argued. The thing about knowing someone from a very young age, you seem to have quite a good understanding of the person. So there isn't really that room for so much rancor. So we always find ways to like solve things. So if let's say I find Augustine right now, he's pissed off with me about something, I'll probably push him like, why you angry? What's that? And he will just smile. You know? So those are kind of things.
He's lying. He's lying.
I said the good ones, guys. I don't want to.
Oh, so you see that means you actually have a cockroach in your cupboard. You're actually covering. Did you just hear him say you're lying? Is that something you are supposed to tell us that you are not talking about?
There's nothing that I'm telling. I'm not. Everything I'm telling you is what you need to know.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Desmond. Thank you. All right, it's still about Omaka and Augustine, and this is Souq podcast. Like I always say, taking it from the studio to your very destination anywhere in the world. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Augustine. So let me start with you. Yes. What was the attraction? Let's start from there. Oh my!
He's not entirely wrong. I mean, I saw the picture and I swiped right. So that was the first thing.
Oh my! And that has kept you guys together. So at what point, that's been good, right? At what point did you make up your mind to say, oh, I'm just going to go with him right away?
I can't like pinpoint the exact point. But I remember we were taking a walk in Rim Island, like I told him before, where we live. And he saw a man who was randomly by the side of the road. And this man was in tears. And most people would just walk by, like it's not their business. But he made the decision to stop, to ask the guy what's going on with him, what's wrong, and to try to comfort him when he realized this was during COVID 2020. And I was shocked because I was like, you don't know this person from anywhere, but you just have the kind of heart where you feel for that stranger. And in my head, I was like, how much more for me? And it's just at that point, one of the points that I would say that was like, yeah, your heart is beautiful, and I want this happen for me the rest of my life.
Oh wow, that's super amazing. Okay, so he's blushing. All right, so I mean, she just mentioned something very special about you. What's that thing that is so special that you think that made you make up your mind you'll be good with it?
Yes. I'm ready.
Am I putting you? No, you are. She's here now, so let's say it.
I said it was love at first sight.
Okay.
Not love all the way, but definitely strong attraction at first sight.
Okay.
And then getting to know her, you know. Some people have like one defining moment that is like, oh, and this is when I realized. But me, I'm very playful, so I was just playing, and then I woke up one day and realized I was in love.
Wow.
Yes.
Just that.
Yes.
So how long?
But I can tell you her date. She's lying to you. It was like March 21st, 2021.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then she looked me in the eye so quietly and said, "I love you."
Oh my.
Yeah. And I said, "I love you
too." Yeah. Oh, that's great. So 2021 till date, you're talking about 3 years. Have there been challenges? Have there been hard times? Have there been times you guys was like, I don't think I can do this?
I mean, of course.
So how did you manage?
You just keep choosing. You just decide that, you know what, this is my choice, and this choice I want to stand by. And it just sort of works in a way that works for us.
So yeah. Before I ask you guys about your wishes, of course I know you're wishing yourself the best, but we just want to hear you say, now you're going to turn away and she's going to mention, tell me your color. I've asked this before.
What color?
Your best color.
Yes, please.
No.
Let me hear our answer to this. Actually, thank you very much.
And you are going to tell us her best
color. I don't even know that he has the best color. Let's not even go. However, he wears like dark colors. He wears blues. He wears a lot of blue.
Okay.
And he wears a lot of blacks as well. And it's very strange.
That's about 3 colors already.
I'm telling you, there's no specific color that is his favorite color.
Okay.
We've asked ourselves this question already.
Maybe after today you're going to make a decision. You're going to decide one.
You've come too far to make a decision.
Okay, so to you, I just want you to turn away. So you don't do like this. What's her best food?
What's her best food?
Yes.
I think her best food is the food she cooks. That being said, she does love a good fisherman's soup and swallow and banga, you know, something with obstacles.
Oh, really?
You have to cross them, you know, you have to hop to.
Is that true?
You have to hop to your nourishment.
Oh, yeah. Is that true? Is that true?
Answer the question.
Yeah, I do love manga. Manga I really enjoy.
He got it. Okay, so your
But
wishes.
I also like plantain.
She also loves plantain.
Plantain is not food, though. Plantain is accompaniment.
Okay, so let's wrap it up by you sharing your beautiful wishes.
To
Right, children. Yeah. Just share.
You can do for both of us, no? What is this? As a man.
Okay. What is what our wishes?
Yeah.
What can we wish for again? But long life and a fulfilling marriage filled with love, happiness, and the 20 children the MC said 2 days ago. We don't want that.
Okay. I said 4 though.
We want the 2 or 3 that she accepted.
Okay,
she
accepted.
said 2, I said 3.
Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you. Do you have something you want to say to beautiful women that are hoping and trusting that someday it will come?
I'm just sorry for you. My own is
You will say your own. Your own are finished. Okay.
I mean, it's a choice, no? If you want it, you have it. If you don't want it, that's also fine. It's just, you choose.
All right. Thank you. It's so good having the both of you at the podcast corner for Souq News Television, and we wish you all of the best. Beautiful marriage.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
guys.
And again, we'll have another special person at the side of Souq Podcast. It's still all about Omaka and Augustine, and she's no other person than Joy Femi Wash. It's pleased to have you. Okay, so because the bride is your niece, I'm sure you have a whole lot to talk about. So share with us about the bride.
Okay. As an auntie, they grow up in my hands.
Oh, great.
Practically, I train them in what they call education. They started learning how to speak from me. They started learning how to read from me. I was auntie that they will never forget.
Wow, that's so amazing. And tell me, those days while growing up, did you really see the future knowing that something beautiful is going to come out from such a child?
Yes, because she's a child to be with. When she was born, then looking at her, she was very beautiful. And she was very promising. She's intelligent, very capable. Whatever she wants, she will find it. And she grew up in my hand as a baby. She became my chief bridesmaid.
Oh, that's
very chief bridesmaid.
Oh my!
And aside from that, the mother and the father, the one that gave me education, what they call, they sent me to university, trained me in university. What I am today can be.
That's great.
And they love their aunt. And aside from that, I know from
Thank
my
you.
heart.
That's great. That's really good to hear, I must say. So, because you have a lot of experience now, you've been married for years. So, what advice do you have for this newlywed couple?
Okay. Patience, dedication, determination, investment. They should invest into their marriage. Investment in the sense that they should love each other. They should support each other. They should work to get the best for each other. It shouldn't be a salary. They should work in harmony, trusting each other, believing that whatever each one has is for them.
So your wish for them?
My wish for them is that we will be blessed for marriage, married with friends, married that we will have children. That's the wish. Because it's what they desire.
That's it. Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate you coming around. Thank you for all the good works you've actually been doing, and also for raising Omaka. Thank you so much.
And again, we have Marvelous Orugo here with us to talk about the bride. Because he's a brother to the bride, actually. Hello, Marvelous.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm good.
Tell me how excited you are.
I'm actually excited. I'm elated, actually. Like, I'm happy, filled up with joy, and a lot of energy as well. I'm just storing it for when it's necessary to actually express myself. I am actually.
Okay, so tell us about Amaka.
Amaka, like her name says, right? Amaka, like she's very pretty. She's pretty. She will catch your attention from anywhere, right? She's happy. She's filled up with energy. She has a very strong personality, so she stands out. Very expressive. She's not one that you can just shut down or put aside, and like she's the menu, like she's the entire menu, right?
So but was there a time that you felt like, oh, Amaka, I really don't like this, and you feel very unhappy with her?
Yes, we've had moments, right, which is normal with family, right? We've had moments, lots of it growing up, especially since she's my older sister, right? I'm the one following her. Like after her, it's me. So we had moments, right? We went to the same primary school, Maryland Comprehensive, and then we both went to Air Force. I joined Air Force GSS2. She was already in senior secondary. So I was in Air Force for 2 years, and she was as well in Air Force. And maybe the Air Force team as well actually was part of the process, because she was part of the cadets then.
I see.
Yeah, we would go out, and then during the period of, I forgot what they called it, but we had this march pass, and she would have to dress up in her military attire. And then back then, I'm not shy to say this, but she used to lap me, right? And so we're sort of close, but we had our moments too where we had them, like you said, we had differences, right? And those differences, which was normal, I'm a guy, right? And she's a lady. There will be times where she wants me to do things, and I have like my own stuff like that, basically. So we had our differences. There were times where I found it annoying, and like I said, she has a very strong personality, so she's not the type that you want to shove aside, like, right? So yeah, we had differences growing up in school, but I always appreciated her. Like I valued her a lot, especially that period where like she sort of paved the way for me, right? Coming into secondary school, like she had friends in senior secondary, and you're Amaka's brother, and I used to always meet up with her friends, and we always used to go home together. So yeah.
Alright, now Amaka is married. How do you feel?
I'm happy. At the same time, I'm actually very happy for her, right? Because it's something that I always used to pray about, right? That she finds someone that complements her, basically, because she has a very strong personality. She's hardworking, she's diligent, she's smart, she reads a lot of books. So growing up, she always used to read a lot, like, and then she's also a lawyer, so like, so she speaks, like, she's expressive, right? And she's very fluent in speaking, right? So my prayer was always for her to find someone that complements her, right? A man that complements her, right? And seeing us, I just totally understood, okay, I see why he's the one, right? Because he does compliment her. Like, so even when she's tensed, because she does a lot, right? She's a chef, right? So her personality would always come out, but there's that, you need someone that's there for you, right? For those times where she has it all. She has it all structured, right? But there will be times where she might tend to fall apart, right? It's only normal for a human, right? Yeah, so there's someone that would be there to comfort her and just pull her together, right? That supportive personality, right?
So your wish for them today?
My wish for them today is the love that they have found. I pray never ceases to or never disappears, right? I see the way they look at each other, that spark. And like I said, the personality is the key to it all, right? Finding someone that's your friend. I'm wishing them a happy married life, right? I'm wishing them success, I'm wishing them growth, I'm wishing them understanding, right? Love, passion, friendship. They should never lose out on, right? They should always remember how they started, the moments, the laughters, the downtimes, right? Because there will definitely be, right? And there will be more in the future, right? But the friendship is what will bond them together and keep them strong, waxing very strong. So I wish them a very happy and happy home. Lots of wishes that they wish for themselves. I also wish it for them as well, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Oh well, the energy here today has been super amazing, right from guests, friends of the couples, and even the couples themselves. It's been so amazing. But you know what? We just have to say goodbye. And so as we're calling it a close on Souq podcast today, I want to remind you that you can reach out to us for all of your full video coverage. And of course, you want a podcast session like this at your event, we are fully available. You can just reach out to us via the number on your screen or through our social media platforms. Once again, I am Grace Komolafe, and until next time, we see you again.
Because I always feel like I'm a baby. Francis, DK Waxy. Generally, I do Afrobeat, I do Afropop, and well, Afrobeat is the word of creation. It's not limited, so you can go beyond. Afrobeat is what is trending, and apart from that, it's what we Nigerians do more. So I have to go in Afrobeat. So that's more comfortable for me. So I took a trip to Kampala. That was before the COVID, and because I was trying to start my music career here in Nigeria, but it was a little bit not easy, taxful and all that. You have to do this, you have to know people and all that. So I have a friend now who is into media in Uganda. He said, "Guy, why don't you come this side and see how it works from this side?" I said, no, I really don't. Now Nigeria, everything they happen. He said, no, you have to first come this side and we'll see how it goes. So I was there. Unfortunately, COVID caught me there, so it wasn't easy. So I didn't even plan to stay so much long. So at that time, I was working with one of my producers, Olumis, who was still in Nigeria. So he sent me a beat, and I took it to his studio, Wakipenda. I will not forget. Wakipenda is a Uganda artist, and he knew he signed Drekali at that time. So I took that demo to the studio, and I got to the studio. There was a lot of production, people were there. I didn't know what to do. I kept my demo with the producer. I said, when you are done, listen to this demo. So after like few hours, he called me like, Drekali has put a vocal in your demo. I said, just like that, how is that possible? Like, he said he likes the sound, the Afro beating and everything. So it's okay. So I rushed back to the studio. The beat is already done and everything. I have to put my vocal. So we did that production. The love from Uganda, the love from not just from Uganda, from home, they love the sound. So that pushed me to start doing more, to keep doing more. So after that, One Race, One Color, it was accepted. They liked the song, like I told you. So I wanted to do more. That drove me to do more. I do a lot. When I'm in the studio, I'm a creative. I try different kind of angle. I don't get tired, you know. So my sound is unique, and I do Afro pop, and I do Afro beat, and I do hip hop too. But I love doing more of Afro beat sounds and Afro pop. Although most times when I'm doing a full song, because I don't want it to be so straight, I would want to put a hip hop on it, a Afrobeat and a hip hop on it, so to make that music sound so unique from the beginning to the end. You get, looks like maybe a different artist is on the track. So that's what I do. I just do my creation like that. Well, what inspired my whole creative process, my creative life, my creating world? First of all, I'm going to say I'm a creative and I enjoy creating. It's the only thing I enjoy doing. Like every time I think about doing something new, doing something people haven't done, every time I think about creating something at every time, at every day I wake up, I try something new. It's a world of creation. You're not limited. You can do a lot. You see what these guys are doing. Odomodu Black and all. You see the sound. You see when I came, he said I have my own sound and all that. So you are not limited. You get it in the world of creation and the world of Afrobeat and Afro generally. So you can it depends on how smart you are. You get it depends on how smart you are in the industry. Maybe with time people will get to understand your sound and all that. So when I'm doing my songs, when I'm doing my tracks, I try to blend with that Africa, that home. So I enjoy more creating with my producer in the studio. Fresh, everything fresh. You get, yeah, that's how I enjoy creating my thing. And I'm always like on the 70% of the creation in the studio. Every time I have to make a beat or I have to make a song. So I have already what's in my head is what I put there. I enjoy Fela Kuti. I enjoy more of Fela Kuti songs. Fela Kuti is a father to all. He has inspired a lot of African artists, not just African artists, to international artists. Not because people love him. That's why I'm interested in him. I'm interested in him because there's some unique thing about his music and there's some unique thing about him. So I feel like he's a leader and he's supposed to be followed. So that's why I love him and I enjoy creating more from what he has done. I love Odomodu Black because Odomodu Black, his music is kind of deep and is more like not just an artist but a preacher. If people got to see it deep, there's some things he says that you got to realize, is this thing existing? Then you got to go and find out, this thing is there. So he got to like, he says more of what is happening in the reality through his music. You get, so I love his creative process. I would love to create with him in the studio because I love his energy and the way he does his creation also. Keep working, not working hard, keep working smart. Well, I have my artist, my former boss, Penda, like I told you. The first studio I ever went to do my production, to start my production, was Penda, Mpaka Records. Yeah, I have a lot of embarrassing moments. Let's go on when I did my Lagos to Kampala album. So after setting up the launching, everything, sharing out the card and everything. So my distribution guy, like a week I've asked him, is everything set? He said yes. His thing is going live on that date. Don't worry, this. So putting on the setup, launch now, everything, food, this, that. After everything, the launching of the EP and everything, the song never dropped on that day. The distribution have to send us a message. There was an issue. So it was one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. So I felt so much depressed at that minute. I felt paralyzed because this is all what I have been working on for weeks, days and everything, trying to put this thing together for the fans and everything. And at that time the music is supposed to go on live. I got that disappointment from the distribution company. It was a crazy experience, because you don't imagine. Yeah, Inside Life. When you listen to Inside Life, it's like a preach. It's like Fela Kuti. I don't know if you can play it, but if you listen to Inside Life, you listen to the creation that I did Inside Life, I went ahead to let people know what is happening inside the life. That's inside the life. Brother, don't say brother. Inside the life, so many marriage, no joy. You get. So I went ahead to let people know what is happening inside the life that people don't know. You get. I went ahead to say advise the young ones in the journey. So it's a song that's so dear to me because I said a lot in it, and well, everything that I said was inspirational. Yeah, when we started this industry, I've had a lot of people say, this, that, but it's what comes with the creative, it's what comes with the entertainment. You know, if people don't talk those things about you, you don't grow. So criticism is important. I've taken a lot of risk. Coming down to Nigeria from Kampala to down here is quite expensive. Yeah. It's not easy because I came purposely for the promotion. So I've taken a lot of big risk in music. Signing an artist, I've signed an artist. After like 1 week, 2 weeks, you see the artist start behaving somehow crazy. So in the industry, it's kind of a different world. So I've taken a lot of risks, which I can't say a lot, but coming down here is a risk. When I came into Nigeria, I felt so happy. I felt like I've been released, you know. So I felt home, I felt everything, I felt alive. So it was worth it. Yeah, I have a new album titled Road to Fame. Road to Fame, and it's so dear to me. I prepared this album not just for me, but for the world, because I believe when this album dropped, is the album taking me to those places. So that's why I titled it Road to Fame. Yeah, this album, trust me, is something it's something you can't imagine if it drops. I went extreme. I went extreme on this album coming, and the album is ready. The album is ready. So I'm still working on maybe 1 or 2 videos before I leave. I have a show in Uganda, but on the 15th by my boy Grenade. So I have to fly back there also, but I'm still coming back, and we are still going to be pushing the entertainment together. What up, people? It's your boy Kings B. I'm an Afrobeat artist, Afro-pop artist. I enjoy creating and join my world, Kings Baby, on all the platforms. I love you, and I promise I got you. Like my Uganda people say, do you understand? And I'm live with Souq News. Keep watching and keep streaming. Thank you.
To be entertained and you like good music, then you should definitely be on this podcast. They call me Swift, aka the Sugar Mommy, and you know once I'm in the building, it's entertainment at its fullest. Alright, so in case you're wondering what the brand is, this is the Femi Wash, you know, the owners of the Souq TV and the ILFM 104.9. You know I would do it, and this is our entertainment podcast. I'm not alone in the studio, I got my co-host in the building. It's the one and only, internationally recognized.
They call me DJ Shags. I'm called the Phenomenal One, the resident DJ here at the ILFM and Souq News Television.
You're proud. Absolutely. Okay, so let's forgive his pride. We're not alone in the studio. We have somebody all the way from Kampala. It's in the building. How you doing?
You already know it's your boy Kings B.
Kings B, how body now?
I do. You know the story now.
So first of all,
yes.
We need to tell everybody what the show is all about. But it's nice to see you looking good. Don't you think it looks good?
Man, 100. Drip on check, vibe on check, everything leads.
Nigerian customs, I beg, I see they pass when I help out. Make help me collect the chain, the hand, this thing, the shoe.
I define themselves. May they give me transport to. May they help me, may they carry me go how they go.
So how's your experience in Nigeria been like? What did you miss the most about Nigeria?
I'm not gonna lie you. Melon soup, Ogisi soup, and banga. Banga soup. Snake. Man, the first day I just the land, and now I feel it.
How long have you been in Kampala for, if you want to ask?
7 years.
All right, guys. So let's
in and out.
in and out. All right, so let's take you guys through the show. The idea of the show is we put him on the hot spot, okay?
Yeah.
And so we ask him questions on a timer. That's the unique thing. So if we ask him to introduce himself, his name is on the timer. If it's more than the timer, DJ Shegsy, what you do?
Interrupts my way, you know. So
let's do it.
And once they interrupt, once they play that talk, there's something for you to drink.
Okay.
You're going to drink stuff. And we've mixed a lot of concoction. You know how we roll. It's very bitter.
make it go high for interview.
So we've mixed some things. It's just in that bottle. Don't say the name. It's just
Okay.
in that bottle. But we've mixed stuff. Like we mixed things that, and plenty of agbo, plenty roots. So are you sure you can play this? You can be on this podcast?
Let's do it. That's one.
The question is, do you have what it takes?
Yeah, I got everything.
Are you sure you have what it takes?
I got everything.
It's gonna be hot to
Hot
it go hot to
amala. I dey like hot food die.
Okay now. That's what they start. DJ Shegsy, are we ready?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so the first thing we need you to do is introduce yourself, your name, and where you're from. You have 30 seconds. Your time starts.
Counting.
What up, my people? It's your boy Kings B, and I'm from Delta State, Kampala, Uganda, precisely.
You beat the
timer actually.
DJ Shegsy.
He beat the timer actually.
No, something's going on here.
He beat the timer actually.
I passed time.
Yeah, you know past time.
No problem. I get DJ Shegsy.
That's it now.
Other people, DJ Shegsy, they didn't.
No.
Something's
I was on time.
30 seconds. Allow.
Let's go.
You're always on time.
Let's go.
All right, no wahala.
Yeah.
So what's that thing about Naija? You know that every time you come into the country, you say, now my country be this. Who wanna know?
The freedom, you feel at home. You know, you feel alive.
You don't they tick, they feel alive.
Now your country now, you have to.
Time they go. 30 seconds counting.
I've answered that already.
It is my nice one. All right, so how did you start music? How many minutes are we giving for this one?
We could give him. Let's give him still 30 seconds.
Okay, so how did you start music? Was it primary school, secondary school, university? How did that start?
Well, my whole music journey started very crazily when I took a trip to Kampala, and that's how it started. From Baka studio to my studio to all the studios. That's it.
That's rushing! Oh!
You're rushing. I think we need to reduce the time.
We need to reduce the time. This boy is forming flash for
He's
us.
trying to be smart.
I'm working with you guys.
Wahala, we did.
Okay, let's go.
Next
if
question.
I serious follow, I'll go now. Okay.
All right, so I want to ask you a question. Tell us
let's
5 people in Nigeria that motivate you. 5 artists that every time you think about it, you're like, this guy be doing it right. Are
All right, you have 7 seconds.
Yeah, Fela Kuti, Sonia DJ, Asake, Odumodu Black, and Kings Baby.
Stop that.
Now so now,
You don't enter.
I enter and finish.
You don't enter.
Number 6
You
is
don't enter. Just pause there.
Okay.
You're going to drink. Because you said Sonia Adede. You didn't say
Sonia Adede.
Sonia Ade.
Sonny Ade is his name, not Sonny Ade.
You dey fast. They say Sonia Ade. You go
so
drink.
You understand what I'm saying?
I don't understand. The viewers didn't get it.
Okay, let's go.
You go and drink.
All right.
Some bitter. Lick your lips first. Small, it's not even. Yeah, that's it. You're sexy.
Which one I put inside this thing?
1-0.
1-0 actually.
Let's go.
All right, so the next setup we want to ask you, basically we want to ask you what inspires you to do music. Some people say I dream, I write those songs. Some people say if I'm on an airplane, we do that. What inspires you to do music? Pause first. Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready. Absolutely.
Let's go.
20 seconds.
What inspires me to do music? I'm a creative, and every time I love to create. Every day when I wake up, the first thing that comes to my mind, what am I creating today? You get so. I'm always creating. What I can say most inspire me on creating on my creation is those colored lights. I love colored lights. Yeah.
DJ Shegsy, they rig this thing. They rig this thing.
No, I was on point.
You're on point. Give it. Nice one. All right. So next question I want to ask you. You're a creative, right?
Yeah.
You like to create.
Yeah.
All right. So name 8 songs that you have done. I know your songs. If you name any other song, you're in trouble.
I think he can answer this in 5 seconds, right? It's his song now. There are songs. There's song done by him, so.
You go drink today. Oh yeah,
So let's go. 5 seconds.
Okay, party, inside life, JJ, hustler, don't kill my vibe. You guys are not.
We're counting.
This bias.
It's not.
Do like this.
It's not. There's a timer
like
actually.
You go.
So you go drink again.
You go drink. Take
You
that.
drink again.
Take that.
Wait, what's inside this thing? I want to know. It be like a boo.
I bet you go just gas drink out.
Swallow.
Next one should be in 33 seconds, right? Make him drink.
You see what you guys are doing. Okay, let's go.
Don't worry, we got you.
Yeah.
So this is what we call breathe. Breathe in. Breathe out. Yeah, breathe is good for you actually. Breathe again. Breathe out. Don't worry, we got you. So someone whispered, a little boy whispered to us that you're an entrepreneur. You have your own production outfit in Uganda. Like you make clothes, you do music. How did you start that? Let's give him 20 seconds. How did you start that? What do?
Well, in Uganda, it's not easy to have something like that. It was crazy, but at the time, because I already have it in my head, so it's a dream. I have to make it happen.
Okay.
Yes. So I fought for it.
Try it. He did the time. You still have 3 seconds.
So do you know how to sew? Do you know how to create stuff? Now, without a time, I want to ask you.
Yes.
Yeah. So you learned how to sew when you started, or you already knew how to sew before you went to Uganda?
No.
Yeah.
I learned how to sew in my studio, in my office. I bought the machine. I got people, so I was learning from them. Yeah.
So what kind of outfits do you make now?
I make Nigeria red, Akara and all that. I have my own design trousers. Most especially, I'm focused on trousers.
Okay.
Me alone, I design trousers.
So the pants you're wearing is yours?
Yeah, I do a lot of things.
I like that.
So
Very
just a quick follow up on that. Why did you decide to establish that in Uganda, not in Nigeria?
Big question.
Yeah. First of all, it's kind of a little bit easier there. You see how I'm entering from Kampala to here now. You get so. And already at that moment, I did an EP, and the love was there from the people and everything. Even Nigerians, they come in Kampala every time. I say, okay, what's the need? Let me just start something from here. It's better say I start from here, you get, than say at the roam around. So I started my whole career from there, and it picked up. People love me, what I do, and everything. So I wanted to do more.
So we just gave you a breather on the show. That's why we let you talk without timing you. Okay, say thank you to us now.
Thank you.
Okay, so next thing we're going to do is you're going to tell us 6 words in Kampala and what they mean. So just say blah, 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 if you say this one, it means good morning. If you say this one, let's eat. If you say this one, how many seconds are you getting?
Let's give him 30 seconds.
That one is
Set it on now.
It's our language now.
You are in Kampala.
Let's go.
Let's give him 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Okay.
Let's go. Oh yeah. First word. Let's go.
Balangi. Otichigira.
Meaning words.
Otichigira means do you understand? Balangi is like when you are being biased.
Balangi. Next one.
You get Sasa.
Sasa. What does that mean?
What's up?
What's up? Sasa. You have it. And then why you said they replied? You have 7 more to go. You go and drink. Now you go finish the 7. You go and drink.
Let's go.
You go and drink. You know I say you don't like their
Sabo.
What does Sabo mean? Man.
They always say Sabo.
Okay, Sabo. Okay.
There's a lot there.
Wait, you have 7 to go. 3 more.
Sabo.
Play that thing.
Why am I forgetting that? I know it.
You know. You're on the hot seat right now. It's hot. It's hot in here. So hot.
Django.
What does that mean?
Come.
Now that thing sound like Django. No,
Django.
This guy.
Django.
Baba, I don't
We
trust.
go check. Oh.
We go check. Okay, I had 2 more. I believe you. We're messing with you. Yeah.
Okay. Kuapi.
Kuapi? What does that mean?
Where are you?
Kuapi? Yoruba girls go like that.
Let's just say Asante.
Asante.
Yeah, Asante.
What does that mean?
Thank you.
Oh, Asante. You did well. We love you.
Amazing.
All right. right, so still coming back to your music.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, what was that thing that happened to you in your music career? This time around, we're about to give you a breather, so you can talk. A story or something that happened that made you say, like say I'm gonna quit this music, you know, where you almost left, but you know, something kept pulling you back. I want to know.
You know, in the industry, that side, it's not like here.
Yeah.
That side, everybody want to put you down, especially when they know you are a foreigner. They're not giving you that space to breathe. So it's for you to be an entertainer there that you are a foreigner. They say and people they hear your voice. You get it's so much hard work you need to put in. Like I remember at the time when we started this whole career of a team, there was some record label actually that just came out with me. And this guy went ahead to first sign an artist. He went ahead to sign the Uganda guy. Yeah, they did a lot of videos and all that. This. It never worked. It became a challenge. So at that time, all of us we say we enter the industry. He was somebody I was looking up to. You get now because now first started for there. So at the time, it became a big challenge for him. So I mean, what I was doing at that first time, I had a lot of option. I have artists that was on me. I said no. If I first sign artists now, it go hard for me. Why don't I push out my record label? Because today now artists come out. That means they're not gonna hear my name again. So I have to first start pushing out Wazi. You get? I have to start pushing out Wazi. You know? At the time, I look left, I look right. The enemy did there. All those people will be saying, man, all of us start. Those labels and we sign artists, all of them, they were not there anymore. Some left the country. They couldn't do it. So what saved me was I was pushing out Wazi alone. At that first time, I was not even talking about myself. I was only talking about the brand everywhere. You get? So at the time, people not gonna know Wazi. You get now. Even everything Wazi. So it became a name that people know. Whether you come inside or you leave, the name they there. So that's what have helped me to on this journey. Putting on that brand first, not signing an artist first.
Okay.
You get?
Nice.
Not signing an artist or put on that brand first. Yeah, was what helped me. I reason I sign artists for me Sam because at the time now artists come up for label and only artists will be seen they feel for there.
And nobody if even see you as competition.
You get now. So nobody go know you. Nobody know even your brand.
Okay.
No let the artists they know. When you leave there, nobody know your brand. So you start like upcoming again. Now you can explain to people now maybe sign this, you know. So it's so that was what helped me in my career.
Nice.
Yeah.
So it makes a lot of sense. So indirectly, you are telling young people out there, push the brand first.
Yeah.
Before whatever is.
Before you start going to look for who to put there. Push the brand first.
Wisdom will not kill you. Now you think that because we have bamboozled us, will not put you on time. Are we back with the time?
We're back.
Yeah, we back. All right. So breathe in, breathe out. All right. So right now, I'm going to be asking you some questions, some random things. I'm going to ask you, it's called the what if segment. So I'll ask you this or that.
Yeah.
Now, this one, you're going to make it really short. So, for example, I ask you Empa or Fufu. Immediately you go. Once you hear quick, you are over. I'm going to ask you 5 questions. He's going to give you a timer and you're going to be replying immediately. Are you ready?
You know how we do it. That's right.
So 3 seconds, right?
Yes, let's do that.
3 seconds.
Let's go.
All right, that's good.
Are you ready?
I was born ready.
All right. Beyonce, Rihanna.
Beyonce.
Nicki Minaj, Tiwa Savage.
Tiwa.
Benz or G-Wagon?
I don't like it.
You have to pick one.
They are both the same. G-Wagon.
Banana Island or Mushin?
I prefer mainland.
Kampala or Warri?
I prefer Kampala.
Amazing. He did the
time. Nice one. All right. So this time around, we're asking you some current affairs questions.
Yeah.
As soon as we ask you, you reply. We're going to ask you 5 questions too. There's a timer. And if you just as fast as possible, don't think too much. Who's the president of Nigeria?
Bola Tinubu.
Who's the governor of Lagos State?
Baba.
Wonder. Where's the headquarters of Uganda?
Kampala.
Who's the finest girl in the industry?
Tiwa.
Dollars or Naira?
Dollars.
Amazing.
DJ Shaxi. Okay.
Amazing.
Now. All right, so it's time for you to perform your song. Which one would you wanna do for us?
Hustler. That one written Hustler. The main vibe Hustler.
Hustler. Do we have that one?
Yeah, sure.
DJ Sexy always has all the songs. Please, you guys should give a shout out to our DJ in the building. DJ Sexy with the red lips. All the girls be crazy. Oh my God, DJ Sexy. All right, for those of you that doesn't know, our DJ is not just a regular DJ. He is a graduate of the University of Lagos. He studied engineering. He has one of the highest GPs. One of those people that used to carry a book to school very well. Yeah.
When they read for class,
Last, after the engineering, still on DJ, still on club.
No, this is not straight in now.
Yes, now.
Engineering here now.
That's the job. Now, engineer design all this thing now.
Yes, sir.
What is going on here?
I'm
sensing a male against.
No, you are safe.
I'm gonna bring DJ Copy come, go shock you. All right, so is the song ready?
Yeah, Hustler, right?
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
So are you ready? You need to look at your sister. Now come on, let's vibe.
Yeah. Get up and hustle. Get up and hustle. I'm a hustler, just a hustler. Since I was a teenager, I'm a hustler. I'm a hustler. I woke up my mind, I go city in search of greener pasture. Nothing I not see. Nobody gonna mind you, better keep your head straight. God made it possible, you better work smart. Poor man, no girlfriend. What kind of life we living in? Every day different palaba.
All right. We love the music. Very nice. I'm a hustler. So right now, back on the timer. What motivated you to write that song? What story happened that made you write that song? On the timer. Let's go.
All right. Well, I brought that story to let my people know that I'm a hustler.
Why?
Yeah, because I've always been a hustler since I was young.
15 seconds.
So I feel like.
How did you hustle? What did you do to show your
I've done a lot of things to.
Tell us now.
I'm not gonna lie you. I don't sell pure water. Like I don't sell shoe. Even for investing, now shoe I sell to survive.
That is good. Take that. The thing is now sweet. We have to add more to this thing.
You're not going to be bitter you give from out.
That's not sweet.
Okay, so yes, you were telling us a story. We'll give you a breather right now. Which university did you go to?
Well, it was Auchi Polytechnic at that time.
Auchi Poly boy. What were you studying?
Business.
Okay, so you to survive, what were you doing?
Shoe, boyfriend. That time, boyfriend shoe. If you don't hear boyfriend shoe, it's a unisex shoe.
Yeah.
I will come out with you. Now, Binia, they go carry him. I go enter road. I will carry him. For night they go spread them. For the road, we go buy them very cheap. That time it was like 500, 600. When we come school, we sell them like 2.5, 3.5. So the market was nice. They were liking it because it's a boyfriend shoe that both male and female. So it was moving. If I carry my market come now, that same day, the next day, it don't finish. You get now. So
you be hot boy for school.
All the guys like me that time. So it was shoe. I was selling shoe. I used that to survive.
Nice. So what else? I want to know more about the hustling story now.
Yeah, I started from there now. That was how we all the story started. But before I came to school, we used to have a factory, a pure water factory. So I did supply water, I did drive water for car, for this factors. So I've sold water. Even as I build a bag, I've done tissue work. I can produce tissue, I can roll tissue, I can produce water. You get. So I've been in that field very long. Yeah.
I like that. Very, very, very smart. So the next one, are you ready?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Next one is about money. If you were one-on-one with Dangote and Bill Gates and you had to sell them 3 ideas. There's a timer.
Yeah.
3 ideas, business ideas.
I love that question.
They are sitting beside you. They are like,
I don't wait for that.
You get how much?
Since we are giving him 3 ideas, let's give him 15 seconds. 5 seconds per idea. Let's give him 15 seconds.
All right. Are you ready?
Very ready.
You're sexy.
All right.
All right.
Going.
So if I was the Dangote, please repeat the question again. No, not vessel. Come again. I was taking you still on the question. I was thinking you were still on the question.
This examination, wait, you will drink first. You will talk about it. We'll see put you are fair.
Oh my God.
Take some more. All right. Question simple. You're with Dangote and Bill Gates. They got some money.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, you're from Uganda, you're from Nigeria, you're hustling, you sell pure water. Let's help your life.
Yeah.
I have $100 million. I'm not used to do any thing again. Oh yeah. So give us 3 ideas. What 3 ideas will you give them?
15
Business
seconds.
ideas. 3 ideas. Let's go.
15 seconds.
Well, I'll tell them to go into media,
Okay.
like the radios and TV.
Mm-hmm.
Then the people want to enjoy good cars, importing of cars. You know, I think through those people it can be very cheap, and when it comes inside, it becomes very cheap. So you're not giving me time. It's a question. You want me to
you had 5 seconds per idea.
They call this.
Maybe I should not explain it. I should just say the idea.
See, wait. They call this the elevator speech.
I should just say
They
the
call
idea.
it the elevator pitch.
I was just trying to explain.
So you run into a rich person and you know you may not run into that person. How do you pitch that idea?
But I've said 2.
You have said 2.
I was finishing one.
Yeah, give us the last one.
Sound.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell them to go
They
into
should go into
sound.
Wow, nice one.
Thank you.
You don't want them to build local governments in your village.
That is the job for the government. Like where I'm coming from, if you try and say maybe you will be individual, come repair road, they will arrest you. You are threatening the government then. So that is the job for the government.
To fix.
That is the headache, not we, the citizen or any business enterprise.
All right. So coming from this angle right now, put him on the spot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of boys are saying that love is not real. That you are before you love right now, go buy clothes, you go pay for transport, you go pay Uber, you go or taxi. You go call the babe, you go send credit. The day when you meet babe, now the day our phone is spoiled. Do you believe true love exists?
Yes.
And
True
why?
love exists, and true love is in all of us. You get it depends the environment you are. Most times the environment can change your head. You get now. So most of those guys that are always demanding. Is the current situation that I find themselves in. You get. So what I can tell the young guys out there, first of all, build yourself. You understand? Build yourself. Become somebody first. It's very important for you, because when you don't build yourself and you allow a woman to come inside your life, they will divert your attention. Your attention will divert once, because they have that power to divert your attention. But when you already have a foundation, it is hard for someone to divert your attention. So first of all, you need to work on yourself first before going to look for a woman.
Are you talking from experience?
No, it's true.
So I'm saying there's experience. Have they divert your attention one time in your life? When you're selling shoes.
For real, I'm being honest.
It's not. We know.
Yeah, they're all experienced anyway. They're all experienced. You understand? So that's what have kept me
What
going.
was her name? What did she do to you?
Me. I'm this person who have a lot of love to give to
everybody.
Woman. Yeah, not just to a
woman or to multiple women.
Everybody, not just a woman. Everybody. Thank you. So.
All right. So on a serious note, now we have a lot of black people doing well. Like you are doing very well in Uganda. Bless God for that.
Yes.
If you had to advise somebody that is in the diaspora, UK, where there are divorce laws, they hot, and it's a Nigerian guy coming to take a girl from here or meeting a girl, what's the advice you give them?
This is on TV, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, learn handwork before you come up for us. It's very important. I see a lot of young people just carry back. Where they go, you know there's a lot of things happening abroad. You get, so learn something, because when you have something, even if it's driving skills or any skill, it can help you. Don't just move out of your country without no skills. You are putting yourself in a danger. So don't say God. There are some things that require prayer. There are some things that require brain. Utichegira.
Bam. He said drop punchline. Mano.
You get? Yeah.
So now back to the divorce case. So what they should learn enhanced skill. Should they do a prenup so that these girls don't, cheat them? Should they hide their properties?
Well,
What should they do?
I say the reason why the rate of divorce is so much is because of so many women enter inside a marriage with too many expectations. You get? They go inside with too many expectations, and when they don't get to see that expectation, they feel disappointed. You get now? Man life. Man will always make you feel like yes, he did. You get? So many women go into that too many. So when you don't go, I would advise that women shouldn't go into marriage with too many expectations. That is what is making that rate of divorce high. Too much expectation. Yes.
All right. So my last question for you before we run off.
Yeah.
If you could do a collabo with 5 foreign artists and 5 Nigerian artists, this is another one we're putting in the time. You know the way we roll.
Sure.
Tell me 5 foreign artists and 5 Nigerian artists. This one usually runs away from people's heads. Yes.
5 foreign artists I would love to do a collaboration with.
10 seconds.
I will go Kiss Brown.
Why don't they watch? I know.
I will go Justin Bieber. He's a great artist. Eddie Terry.
One last drink.
Sip. This is called sip and spill.
Actually.
Nice one. All right, so yes, you've given us 3, two more to go. We are not on timer now.
Well, I love Eminem.
Okay, so you want to do something with them? The one go. Okay.
The life of DJ Khaled.
DJ, is that why the beards are there?
Nice observation.
All right, the timer is coming again. 5 Nigerian artists you love to do a collabo with. When you're ready for him,
all right, 10 seconds.
Well, if the people bring Fela Kuti come back 1, Odumodu Black. You get? I love Eriga also. I love Eriga. Sonny Ade.
We're finished.
That is 4.
Please calm down.
4. I find we have 4.
Zip, thank you. They let her know.
So let me finish. I will finish. Let's go.
Okay, Sonny Ade, then one last person.
Wizkid.
All right. So before we go,
Burna Boy is not on your list.
Don't mind him.
Wow.
Tim Wizzy.
Wow.
Yeah, are you a Zulu boy?
Yeah.
We don't know them.
No wonder. That's where it comes from.
All right. So before you go, I want you to motivate young people out there. Tell them not to give up because all over the world they hot. There's an economic, tone down, but people is picking up.
Yeah.
But just encourage young people out there that they should keep their heads high.
Well, what I'm going to say to the young ones working to be somebody. Well, working hard is there and working smart is there, and knowing what you are doing at all times. You get it's very important, and creating you have to know that's what can save us. Everyone should learn how to create. We should stop blaming our neighbors for what has not happened, what does not even happen. Create in your own world and try and push. You get, because there's no shortcut to success.
Nice.
The shortcut is the longest cut. So work smart and work hard. Thank you.
All right, so I like that. The shortcut is the longest cut. Guess what, guys? We're about to go away. Don't forget, this is the entertainment podcast on Femi Wash Media, owners of Souq TV, and of course, the Al FM. They call me Sugar Mommy. I'm not on the studio. I have my main man in the field.
DJ Shug signing out.
First proud. And of course, do your bye-byes. Your name and do your bye-byes.
You already know what all my people. It's your boy Kings B. Kampala, Uganda, Nigeria, everywhere. Thank you for streaming my music. I give you my word. I will keep working and I will keep pushing to make it better. Follow me on my social media platform, Kings Baby, KINGZBEBY, on all my social media platforms. Thank you. I love you and I promise you, doing more and doing better.
All right, guys. Bye. Yay. Signing out. So that you don't lose the last of your go.
I'm Gode Odidi, the CEO of Mindset Media and Achievers Gabro Limited. Mindset Media is all about celebrating people from nobody to somebody. We celebrate excellence, we celebrate innovation, we're also celebrating networking people from one part of the country to another. Oh yeah, the events about Global Mindset Media Achiever Excellence Awards, celebrating people with integrity. We celebrate our 13th anniversary at Lekki Noventa Hotel, Lagos, last Sunday. And I can tell you that this is the first time we are giving an award to non-Nigerians from Syria alone. They're based in US, and most of our awardees were from abroad, you know. This is the first time we did that, and this event was so fantastic that you know what boss said, it's beyond me, because the crowd we were expecting 150 guests, but we had over 250 guests. The hall we wanted to use is not the hall we wanted to use, but God did it one way. We used the hall of 1.2 million naira, where at least the 1,000 capacity could reach everybody, and everybody were so happy. The mindset was about being inspired by God. I started from Ajigule to Festac. Actually, we started from a church venue because we cannot afford a venue then. That was 2011. But consistency, determination, perseverance took us to where we are. We have been doing the program at Festac. In 2001, I just made a prophetic statement that I'm taking this program out of Festac to Lekki. One of the guests that came and one of the awardees told me, said, that November, he reminded me, December, said, what you said, you have to fulfill it. And last year we did it, but I can tell you this year was fantastic, because I've received calls all over the world. People are telling me that this program is beyond. Even people are now beginning to nominate. As I'm telling you now, we have already have people nominating for the next award. So the program is all about networking. I did something again that day. Everybody in that program, like what Mindset Media, everybody is equal, whether you are rich, you are poor. We had our guests, and I told them publicly that everybody should network. Everybody should collect each person's number to network. Tell them your business. Even my team, I advertise them what you are doing for a living, so that people can contact you. So Mindset Media is about connecting people, their businesses, anything they are doing, but they must be credible, they must have integrity, they must have professionalism. Yes, the individual that received the award, you know, from different categories. We have people from the business world, the technology. We have people from politics. We have, and the way we nominate the people, we have a style we're doing or nominating our people on website. And we have our website. We advertise your name. If you are nominated, we throw it to the public. We started our nominations that was June. Our nomination was open by June, so we started nominating people. The nomination came over 700 nominees, but we have to select them with my team to 31, because we discovered that we can't just give everybody an award. People were ready to pay, but we said we are not giving an award based on money. But because of the economic hardship, we have to say, okay, let them have a standard. We have good table, we have a platinum.